Sendiri, sendiri ku diam, diam dan merenungkan jalan yang kan membawaku pergi untuk menjauh, menjauh darimu, darimu yang mulai.
Sriwijaya University is a state university located in South Sumatra, precisely in the city of Palembang.
Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan merupakan salah satu dari Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan merupakan salah satu dari 10 fakultas yang ada di Universitas Sriwijaya. Universitas Sriwijaya saat ini sudah terakreditasi A oleh Badan Akreditasi Nasional Perguruan Tinggi.
lepas terus.
Ada monitornya nah kalau lagi yang senyum. Apa SULE? Apa nilainya? S3 mana? Kalau mau ngambil foto itu. Kalau mau ngambil nanti orangnya. Jadi Keguruan dari negara ini. Nah, itu sore kemarin kita geladi itu. Kamera minat nyubuk kan kita pertama masalahnya.
Mikrofon kita mikrofonnya ya?
Iya yang itu.
Masalahnya di tengah guys, supaya center kan?
Ya kaki kalau sudah ini kan pasti center. Ini kan sementara dulu.
Menyalakanku
The first Bayan kan?
Baru kami kamera. Berarti sudah namo kan Ibu Sudah namo. Kalau tadi ingat sudah namo, jangan masih ngomong kami ajar kamera dulu.
Ya, kan tadi bacakan aja kan.
Pokoknya sudah namo, kasih kita nanti.
Nah, kadang aku minta moderator, nanti pertanyaan itu kita langsung dari chatbox ke host dikirim dari WA kita. Jadi kita menghidupkan WA dalam laptop, jangan HP. Ada grupnya kan nanti. Nah, makanya disuruh aja suaranya. Nanti kita pakai ini.
Ya, itu kan pakai ini Bu.
Tidak boleh pakai suara itu,
Oh, iya.
mantul dia.
Mantul Bu.
Jadi ini kita kecilin ya suara yang di sini.
Mute kan.
Oke. Coba kita coba dulu.
Atau mau panggil contoh ini?
Boleh.
Dia kan latihan kan?
Benny dengar ya di mana kira-kira mereka akan sorot dia. Bilang dulu ya. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning. Thank you for being here this morning. Good evening Ryan. Jadi saya hello ke Ryan ya. Welcome to this virtual international conference, the 4th Sriwijaya University Learning and Education International Conference. Today, we are pleased to welcome Dr. Ryan Knowles, our first keynote speaker, and an associate professor, Utah State University, teacher education and leadership, social studies, education. Belum. Mm-mm. Let me inform you a little bit about him. Dr. Knowles' educational background is PhD Social Studies Education and Quantitative Research Method, University of Missouri, Spring 2015. He has published more scientific articles in journals. The most current one is published in Journals of Social Studies Research. He has also obtained some awards and recognitions, among others, Graduate Students in the Year, Research in the Year IE Wolf Award, and the Graduate Instruction of the Award. Well, there are so many other social, essential works, experiences, and activities done that I cannot mention all. However, I don't want to forget something to tell you about. Dr. Ryan is our international research collaborator who is very active via Zoom during this COVID-19, contributing for the betterness of our research. And today, he'll be sharing with us, kayaknya nanti waktu terakhir yang dengar ya. And today, he will be sharing with us his experience, opinion on finding identity using large-scale Ziving education data sets. Dr. Knowles, you have 30 minutes for presentation and 20 minutes for Q&A. With that, I ask you give your full attention to Dr. Knowles and help me to welcoming him to this Zoom stage. Dr. Knowles. Oh, jadi saya bilang, Dr. Knowles? Dr. Knowles berarti orangnya dulu. Berarti jangan ke muka saya terakhir ya, serta mau bilang, nanti saya bilang gini, yang terakhir itu saya bilang gini, I ask you to full attention to Dr. Knowles and help me welcoming ya, dengar kata welcoming him to this Zoom. Nah, sudah menuju ke sana dulu. Him to this Zoom stage, ke sana kan, baru Dr. Knowles. Terakhir tuh saya ngomongnya Dr. Knowles, sudah. Jadi welcoming him ya, kata kuncinya. Ya, gayanya Dr. Knowles. You have 30 minutes for presentation and 20 minutes for
Sriwijaya University is a state university located in South Sumatra, residing in the city of Palembang, which is the second largest city in Sumatra, famous for its iconic Umbrella Bridge and Musi River. Sriwijaya University has two separate campuses. The first one is located in Palembang and was officially inaugurated by the first President of the Republic of Indonesia, Insinyur Soekarno, on the 3rd of November 1960. And the second campus is located in Indralaya Ogan District, which was inaugurated by President Soeharto on March 6, 1997.
Sriwijaya University is one of the biggest public universities in Indonesia, with student body of 30,000.
Of education in Indonesia is Merdeka Belajar. It's an innovative online learning that supports education system in Indonesia.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, for your information, today we have an international conference that held by Sriwijaya University of Indonesia through online platform Zoom.
As the host in this event today, I am Tamara Becetan Ridinanti and my partner.
And I am Alan Budiman, would like to accompany you for this opening session.
A very good morning from South Sumatra, Indonesia. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Welcome to the 4th SULE-IC 2020.
Boleh tepuk tangan? Oke. Sesi gladi. Untuk informasi acara kita mulai jam 8 dan ini masih 7.32. Jadi masih ada waktu sekitar 20 menitan lagi sebelum kita masuk acara. Ini kita sedang melakukan latihan untuk teknis. Jadi Bapak dan Ibu yang sedang menyaksikan semuanya, salam hormat dari kami, salam kenal juga. Saya Alan Budiman dan juga ini Tamara.
Ya.
Jadi Dek, ini lagi ada yang nonton.
Oh, malu jadi kayak.
Tidak, nggak apa-apa ya.
Sudah duluan.
That's okay. Jadi untuk informasi sekali lagi, acara akan dimulai sesuai dengan rundown kita jam 8 pagi, jam 8 malam ya. Jam 8 dan ini kita sedang melakukan sesi untuk melakukan teknis agar minute by minute kita semuanya dapat berlangsung dengan lancar tanpa ada gangguan teknis ya Tamara ya.
Ya,
Tamara boleh nanti untuk Oke, setelah itu kami mengucapkan welcome. Pada saat welcome boleh nanti semuanya tepuk tangan. Setelah tepuk tangan, saya mengucapkan yang terhormat untuk para hadirin semuanya. Yang pertama yang pasti ada rektor, kemudian ada dekan, kemudian
terlalu besar banget suaranya karena masih
Cek mic satu, cek satu, cek satu.
ya masih cek 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 cek. Nah,
Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan merupakan salah satu dari 10 fakultas yang ada di Universitas Sriwijaya. Universitas Sriwijaya saat ini sudah terakreditasi A oleh Badan Akreditasi Nasional Perguruan Tinggi. Fakultas ini berdiri pada 1 Oktober 1958 dengan didirikannya kursus Bahasa Inggris B1 Negeri Palembang. Lalu pada 7 Juli 1960 terbentuklah Panitia Pendirian FKIP Swasta Palembang yang diketuai oleh R.A. Rani. Pada 13 Juni 1961 FKIP kemudian didirikan oleh Menteri Perguruan Tinggi dan Ilmu Pendidikan dan digabungkan ke Universitas Sriwijaya. 3 jurusan yang pertama adalah jurusan Bahasa Inggris, jurusan Bahasa Indonesia, dan jurusan Ekonomi dan Hukum. FKIP UNSRI memiliki 4 kampus. Kampus induk yang merupakan pusat administrasi terdapat di Indralaya, sementara 3 kampus lain yaitu kampus Pasca Sarjana, kampus Organ, dan kampus Komputer terdapat di Kota Palembang. Saat ini, FKIP memiliki 4 jurusan dan 15 program studi untuk jenjang sarjana. Program Profesi Guru, lima program studi untuk jenjang magister.
Ladies and gentlemen, kita akan bersiap-siap semuanya. Sekarang waktu menunjukkan 7.48.
Dan 1 program studi untuk jenjang
Kami mengundang
doktor.
untuk yang kami hormati Bapak Dekan, kemudian Bapak Sony, kemudian Dekan 1, Dekan 2, Dekan 3 untuk bersiap-siap untuk pati
Kegiatan di dalam perguruan tinggi
dan juga untuk para
gedung sarana dan prasarana yang
untuk
baik.
bersiap-siap
Semua program studi memiliki laboratorium pendidikan dan laboratorium bersama level universitas. Laboratorium ini dapat dimanfaatkan oleh mahasiswa FKIP sebagai sharing resources.
acara pembukaan untuk the 4th SULE-IC 2020 ya. Tamara?
iya.
Di bidang publikasi, FKIP UNSRI memiliki 18 jurnal prodi yang semuanya sudah terakreditasi nasional dari Sinta 1 sampai dengan Sinta 5.
Baik, sekarang jam 7.50 kami silakan untuk para peserta yang akan di dalam ruangan, dan kami himbau juga untuk para petugas dan panitia untuk dapat mensilenkan
dengan memanfaatkan networking dalam dan luar negeri, publikasi dalam bentuk seminar internasional dan seminar nasional dilaksanakan setiap 2 tahun sekali.
Dan juga kami undang untuk Bapak Sony, kemudian
Wakil
Bapak
Dekan 1, Wakil Dekan 2, dan Wakil Dekan 3.
Oke.
Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan merupakan salah satu dari 10 fakultas yang ada di Universitas Sriwijaya. Universitas Sriwijaya saat ini sudah terakreditasi A oleh Badan Akreditasi Nasional Perguruan Tinggi. Fakultas ini berdiri pada 1 Oktober 1958 dengan didirikannya kursus bahasa Inggris B1 Negeri Palembang. Lalu pada 7 Juli 1960 terbentuklah panitia pendirian FKIP swasta Palembang yang diketuai oleh R.A. Rani. Pada 13 Juni 1961 FKIP kemudian didirikan oleh Menteri Perguruan Tinggi dan Ilmu Pendidikan dan digabungkan ke Universitas Sriwijaya. 3 jurusan yang pertama adalah jurusan Bahasa Inggris, jurusan Bahasa Indonesia, dan jurusan Ekonomi dan Hukum. FKIP UNSRI memiliki 4 kampus. Kampus Ilmu yang merupakan pusat administrasi terdapat di Indralaya, sementara 3 kampus lain yaitu kampus Pasca Sarjana, kampus Organ, dan kampus Kilometer 5 terdapat di Kota Palembang. Saat ini, FKIP memiliki 4 jurusan dan 15 program studi untuk jenjang sarjana. Program profesi guru, lima program studi untuk jenjang magister, dan 1 program studi untuk jenjang doktor. Kegiatan Tridharma perguruan tinggi di FKIP didukung sarana dan prasarana yang baik. Semua program studi memiliki laboratorium pendidikan dan laboratorium bersama di level universitas. Laboratorium ini dapat dimanfaatkan oleh mahasiswa FKIP sebagai sharing resources. Di bidang publikasi, FKIP UNSRI memiliki 18 jurnal prodi yang semuanya sudah terakreditasi nasional dari Sinta 1 sampai dengan Sinta 5.
Untuk tim kita 7 menit lagi. Siap-siap untuk on air. Halo. Ibu Rita, boleh nanti Ibu Tia ya. Untuk para penarinya juga boleh standby nanti ya. Di samping ya. Tadi tangganya udah standby semua ya. Bapak mereka dulu aja.
Dengan memanfaatkan networking dalam dan luar negeri, publikasi dalam bentuk seminar internasional dan seminar nasional dilaksanakan setiap 2 tahun sekali.
Satu. 2.
5 minutes. Debat presiden Pak ya.
Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu
Dari
Pendidikan
kandidat mana ya, Pak, ya?
merupakan salah satu dari 10 fakultas yang ada di Universitas Sriwijaya. Universitas Sriwijaya saat ini sudah terakreditasi A oleh Badan Akreditasi Nasional Perguruan Tinggi. Fakultas ini berdiri pada 1 Oktober 1958 dengan didirikannya Kursus Bahasa Inggris B1 Negeri Palembang. Lalu pada 7 Juli 1960 terbentuklah panitia pendirian FKIP swasta Palembang yang diketuai oleh R.A. Rani. Pada 13 Juni 1961 FKIP kemudian dinegerikan oleh Menteri Perguruan Tinggi dan Ilmu Pendidikan dan digabungkan ke Universitas Sriwijaya. 3 jurusan yang pertama adalah jurusan Bahasa Inggris, jurusan Bahasa Indonesia, dan jurusan Ekonomi dan Hukum. FKIP UNSRI memiliki 4 kampus. Kampus induk yang merupakan pusat administrasi terdapat di Indralaya, sementara 3 kampus lain yaitu kampus Pasca Sarjana, kampus Ogan, dan kampus Kilometer 5 terdapat di Kota Palembang. Saat ini, FKIP memiliki 4 jurusan dan 15 program studi untuk jenjang sarjana. Program Profesi Guru, lima program studi untuk jenjang magister, dan 1 program studi untuk jenjang doktor. Kegiatan Tridharma perguruan tinggi di FKIP didukung sarana dan prasarana yang baik. Semua program studi memiliki laboratorium pendidikan dan laboratorium bersama di level universitas. Laboratorium ini dapat dimanfaatkan oleh mahasiswa FKIP sebagai sharing resources. Di bidang publikasi, FKIP UNSRI memiliki 18 jurnal prodi yang semuanya sudah terakreditasi nasional dari Sinta 1 sampai dengan Sinta 5. Dengan memanfaatkan yang baik, semua program studi memiliki laboratorium pendidikan dan laboratorium bersama di level universitas. Laboratorium ini dapat dimanfaatkan oleh mahasiswa FKIP sebagai sharing resources. Di bidang publikasi, FKIP UNSRI memiliki 18 jurnal prodi yang semuanya sudah terakreditasi nasional dari Sinta 1 sampai dengan Sinta 5. Dengan memanfaatkan networking dalam dan luar negeri, publikasi dalam bentuk seminar internasional dan seminar nasional dilaksanakan setiap 2 tahun sekali.
Ladies and gentlemen, please turn off your microphone. Make sure that your audio is mute. Thank you.
Obtaining a quality education is the foundation to improving people's life and sustainable development. Major progress has been made toward increasing access to education to all levels and increasing enrollment rates in school for everybody.
Nowadays, learning from home is a solution of education during COVID-19 crisis. The Minister of Education of Indonesia launched online learning through a variety of online platforms and TV-based learning in advancing education of Industrial Revolution 4.0 and Society 5.0. One of the program of Ministry of Education in Indonesia is Merdeka Belajar. It's an innovative online learning that support education system in Indonesia.
Ladies and gentlemen, today, for your information, today we have an international conference that held by Sriwijaya University of Indonesia through online platform. This is Zoom.
As the host for event today, I am Tamara Pecetan Ridinanti and my partner,
I am Alan Budiman, would like to accompany you for this opening session.
a very good morning from South Sumatra, Indonesia. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Welcome to the 4th SULE-IC 2020.
That's great. From Sriwijaya University Learning and Education International Conference 2020 with the theme of Global Learning and Education in Industrial Revolution 4.0 and Society 5.0.
ladies and gentlemen, please give applause for the 4th SULE-IC 2020. With the sub-theme of mathematics, science, and technology learning and education, social studies and language learning and education.
The Honorable Director of Sriwijaya University, Professor Dr. Insinyur Haji Anis Sagaf, MSCE, the Honorable the Dean of Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Professor Sofendi, MA, PhD, Dr. Sony Mirizon, MA, Chairman, the Honorable Dr. Hartono, MA, as a Vice Dean 1, the Honorable Dr. Randa Jimas Aisyah, PhD, as the Vice Dean 2, Dr. Rizwan Jainuddin, MPD, as Vice Dean 3, the Honorable Head of Department, the Honorable Head of Study Program, Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Sriwijaya University, the Honorable Academics of Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Sriwijaya University.
Your Excellencies, all the keynote speakers, all guests, organizing committee, and participants, once again, you are most welcome.
As our pride of Indonesian, we would like to present you to singing national anthem. Ladies and gentlemen, please make sure that you are standing for the national anthem.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. The next agenda is Chair's Report by Chairman of SULE-IC 2020, Dr. Sony Mirizon, Master of Art. Time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
respected Rector of Sriwijaya University, Professor Dr. Insinyur Haji Anisagap MSCE, respected Vice Rectors of Sriwijaya University, respected Dean of the Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Sriwijaya University, Professor Sofendi, MA PhD, respected Deans and Vice Deans of the faculties in Sriwijaya University, respected Director and Vice Directors of Graduate Program, Sriwijaya University, respected Head of Institute and Supporting Units in Sriwijaya University, respected Head of Departments and Study Program in Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Sriwijaya University, distinguished keynote speakers, invited speakers, presenters, and participants. Greetings to you all who have assembled here virtually at this time. It is with great excitement that we welcome you to the 4th Sriwijaya University Learning and Education International Conference, SULE-IC, today, October 24th to October 26, 2020, on Global Learning and Education in Industrial Revolution 4.0 and Society 5.0. We hope that your time at this international conference will be personally and professionally rewarding. This 4th SULE-IC this year is different from the 3 previous ones, where we had them as on-site conferences. Due to the COVID-19 pandemic outbreak, this year we have to run this conference virtually. In one side, this pandemic limits our physical mobility and makes us unable to travel around. But on the other side, it makes this conference moves more global than it was before. It is both an honor and a privilege to stand before you today and welcome you to this Learn community. This international conference is held as an occasion in which educators, lecturers, teachers, teacher candidates, and learners share and discuss, converse about current educational issues. I'm very proud to tell you that this conference is held by the Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Sriwijaya University. I would also like to report that in this plenary session of this conference, we have 6 keynote speakers from 5 continents. Ryan T. Knowles, PhD from Utah State University, USA. Mirella Wira, PhD from Flinders University, Australia. Professor Sofendi, MA PhD from Sriwijaya University, Indonesia. Professor Eero Tapani-Ropo, PhD from Tampere University, Finland. Professor Bert J. Tuga from Philippines Normal University, the Philippines. And Professor Anwar Ahmad Isa Mahmed from Omdurman Islamic University, Sudan. In the parallel session, we have 7 invited speakers from other universities overseas and Sriwijaya University. Professor Dr. Zenaida Queza Reyes from Philippine Normal University, the Philippines. Professor Asefa Abdelghani Hassan Ali, School Health Education UNESCO Chair, Sudan International University, Sudan. Ms. Osharia Kautarot MA from Lampang Rajabat University, Thailand. Associate Professor Hartono from Sriwijaya University, Indonesia. Associate Professor Umi Khotimah from Sriwijaya University, Indonesia. Associate Professor Sony Mirizon from Sriwijaya University, Indonesia. And Assistant Professor Yosef Barus from Sriwijaya University, Indonesia. There are also 191 presenters coming from overseas and other institutions and universities in Indonesia. There are 16 sub-teams, 223 related sub-team papers that will be presented in 12 parallel sessions in 4 different Zoom rooms, as you can see in the conference program.
It is a great honor that today we have around 1,800 more people attending this online conference. I believe that the sessions ahead provide us the opportunity to discuss the education theories and practices, current issues in education, research findings, and other related topics regarding global learning and education in Industrial Revolution 4.0 and Society 5.0 in order to contribute to education in the global world. Last but not least, the fourth SULE-IC would not have been successful without having had academic support from the rector of Sriwijaya University in allocating fund and providing facilities, and also from the Dean of the Faculty of Education, Teacher Training and Education, Sriwijaya University, in planning and organizing the conference by involving its dedicated lecturers, staff, and students to be in the committee. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to our colleague lecturers, staff, students, and committee members, and every related people who have helped us in holding this international conference. Congratulations to all of the members who have participated in the planning and organizing. Our desire to work together and our combined strength is what this conference is all about. May your time here give you the opportunity to celebrate and extend effective practice, stimulate and recharge and renew friendships in this fourth Sriwijaya University Learning and Education International Conference. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you for your speech. The next speech is by the Dean of Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Professor Sofendi, MA, PhD. Time is yours.
The Honorable Rector of Sriwijaya University, Professor Dr. Insinyur Haji Anis Sagaf, MSce, the Honorable, my colleagues, all deans of Faculty of Teacher Training in Education all over Indonesia, the Honorable keynote speakers, invited speakers, and presenters, respected guests, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning, as well as very good evening to Ryan in Logan, USA. We have two big agenda for the next 3 days. Today and tomorrow, we have international conference, and the following day will be Dean's meeting talking about education in Indonesia. This morning, I'm very delighted to welcome you all to this fourth Sriwijaya University Learning and Education International Conference 2020. This international conference is aimed at providing an opportunity for academicians and professionals to discuss current issues in education. I believe what all speakers are going to address at this international conference will be very important to enhance the quality of education in the 21st century. At this happy moment, I would like to thank to all keynote speakers. First, Ryan T. Knowles, MA, PhD, from Utah State University, Logan, USA. Second, Mirela Wira, PhD, Flinders University, Adelaide, Australia. The third, from Eero Tapaniropo, PhD, Tampere University, Helsinki, Finland. Next, Professor Dr. Bert Tuga from Philippine Normal University, Manila, Philippines. He also is a president of Philippine Normal University. And Professor Dr. Anwar Ahmed Elsa Mahmed from Omdurman Islamic University, Khartoum, Sudan. But unfortunately, Professor Dr. Anwar is sick now, so he cannot join us today. We are very sorry for this one. I would also thank to all invited speakers. First, Professor Dr. Zenaida Kuzeda Reyes from Philippine Normal University, Manila, Philippines. She is also a vice president of Philippine Normal University. The next, Acharya Krutarot, MA from Lampang Rajabat University in Lampang, Thailand. Next, Professor Dr. Alsefa Abdul Ghadir Hassan Ali, Head of UNESCO, Chair of Women in Science and Technology in Khartoum, Sudan. Next, Associate Professor Umi Hotima, NPD, PhD from Sriwijaya University. Associate Professor Dr. Hartono, MA from Sriwijaya University. Associate Professor Dr. Soni Mirizan, MA, also from Sriwijaya University. And Assistant Professor Dr. Yosef, MA from Sriwijaya University. And I, of course, thank to all presenters and participants who will contribute to and share ideas in this international conference. As a dean, I sincerely thank to all committee members of this international conference who have been working very hard and made this international conference as we are now. Finally, I would also sincerely thank to Rector of Sriwijaya University, Professor Dr. Insinyur Haji Anis Sagap, MSc, who has helped us to make this international conference as we have scheduled. At this opportunity, I also request Mr. Rector to welcome all keynote speakers, invited speakers, presenters, and participants of this international conference, and by that time, open this 4th Sriwijaya University Learning and Education International Conference, and also annual Dean meeting officially. Ladies and gentlemen, now this 4th Sriwijaya University and Education International Conference is your international conference. I hope everybody will find this international conference encouraging and fruitful. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning to you all.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you for the speech. The further agenda is speech and opening remark by the Rector of Sriwijaya University, Professor Dr. Insinyur Haji Anis Sagap, MSc. Time is yours.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Bismillah walhamdulillah wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillah wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa mawala. Amma ba'du. The distinguished Dean of Teacher Training and Education, Universitas Sriwijaya, distinguished Deans, Faculty of Teacher Training and Education from all over Indonesia, the distinguished keynote speakers from USA, Finland, Thailand, Sudan, Philippines, and Indonesia. Our respective guests, Especially, I would like to extend my warm greetings to the participants, ladies and gentlemen, for this Sriwijaya University Learning and Education International Conference. I would like also to have a great my warm greetings to the committee led by Dr. Sonny Mason, MA. First of all, I would like to say sorry to the Dean's Faculty of Teacher Training and Education Sriwijaya University that I cannot come directly to Bukit Besar, and I use a Zoom to deliver this speech. I'm proud to extend my warm welcome to all of you at this the fourth SULE-IC 2020, led by Faculty of Teacher Training and Education Sriwijaya University, with big participants, 100 from international, more than 200 from all of our country, and more than 1,000 participants reported by Dr. Sonny. An international conference that has the topic global learning education in industrial revolution 4.0 and 5.0. I'm particularly grateful to the Minister of Education and Culture, Republic Indonesia. I would like to thank to the Dean of Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Sriwijaya University, and the recognizing committee for the shared interest and objective in improving the quality of education for strengthening the global competitiveness. To the present for your valuable contribution to this conference. Education would be the fastest growing public sectors, and also that we can achieve the purpose of our country as stated in our Constitution 1945. We see the education as a primary instrument for empowering the quality of life and fostering quality opportunities in order to improve global competitiveness. Education is also committed to contribute positively to our community, society, and country. The quality of education is very important. In order to success defeating and improving global competitiveness in this era. I believe and feel assured that this conference will promote and discuss among participants within the beyond their own particular disciplines. I also believe that we will invest and accomplish the objective having knowledge and creating resource for all by recognizing the potential of all. Finally, I wish you all success and have good health during this pandemic and attend this international conference and hope you all have a nice and enjoyable time. By seeing basmalah, the name of in the name of Allah, God Almighty, we state that we begin this conference. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you to the Rector of Sriwijaya University for the speech.
Ladies and gentlemen, as welcoming dance which depicts the hospitality and respect of Palembang people for the presence of guests, it is Tanggai dance from South Sumatra. Now, it's special for you.
Dance is a dance performed to welcome guests who have fulfilled the invitation. Dance is also usually displayed on the wedding ceremony of the local area of Palembang. It shows the hospitality and the respect of the people of Palembang for the presence of the guests. In this dance is implied a meaning of welcome greetings from the person who has the event to the guest.
This dance is a blend of graceful movements with typically regional dress so that dancers look more elegant. The flexibility of the motion and the flick of the dancer's fingers shows how sincere the host pay homage to the guests. The combination of dancers' move with the harmony of the companion songs entitled Six Brothers symbolizes the harmony of Palembang community life.
Not only exhibited in the wedding of Palembang community. This dance is also displayed in official events of the organization and performing arts in schools.
Dancer gave the tepak siri as the symbol of respecting all the guests that have come to the invitation or celebrating some certain event traditionally or even conventionally. art galleries in the city of Palembang mainly provides the services of these dance performances, complete with luxury clothing indigenous South Sumatra. You may give your applause. Tamara, we are very proud of these dance and we can share this for the whole audience.
Sure. Ladies and gentlemen, to help blessed in this event that we recorded, the prayer will be led by Mr. Nur Hassan MAG. Time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, let us bow our head for a moment. Pray to God Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala so that our international conference can be propitious to all of us. We will let this pray based on the teaching of Islam, and those who are not Muslim, you are pleased to pray according to each of your belief. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Hamdan yuafi ni'amahu wa yukafi mazidah. Ya Rabbana lakal hamdu kama yanbaghi li jalali wajhikal karim wa azimi sultanik. Allahumma salli ala sayyidina Muhammad wa ala ali sayyidina wa habibina wa maulana Muhammad. Allahumma inna nas'aluka salamatan fid din wa afiatan fil jasad wa ziyadatan fil ilmi wa ziyadatan fil ilmi wa ziyadatan fil ilmi wa barakatan fi rizqi wa taubatan qabla al maut wa rahmatan indal maut wa maghfiratan ba'da al maut. Allahumma ij'al jam'ana jam'an marhuma wa tafarruqana min ba'dihi tafarruqan ma'suma. Allahumma inna na'udzubika minal barasi wal jununi wal juzami wa qarana wa min syai'il asqam birahmatika ya arhamar rahimin. Oh Allah, today Saturday, in this beautiful place, we gather here to bring about an international conference 2020 on Sriwijaya University, Learning in Education. The theme is Global Learning and Education in Industrial Revolution 4.0 and Society 5.0. Make this international conference as a useful assembly, as a museum of sharing useful idea, knowledge, and experience of scholars, researchers, and students of various disciplines. May the conference we organize today benefit to our lives, broaden our knowledge, science idea, and lead us to be successful, productive person, which in turn will boast dignity of our nation. Ya Allah, oh Allah, guide and bless our head and our mind with the light of your guidance. Infect your supreme wisdom, use our activities. Have us to speak our mind clearly. Have us to listen to aid to other. Respect as other. Love and other to that we are included to the blessed person. Oh Allah, protect us from united temptation. Show us the right faith and give us knowledge and strength to perform good things equally. So as to make it clear the bad thing and give us knowledge and strength to every them. Oh Allah, you are the one, you are the one, you are the one who can fulfill our prayer. Iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'in. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina adzabannar. Subhana rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun wa salamun alal mursalin walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. I'm sorry, thank you for you all. Wassalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Amin, amin, ya Rabbal Alamin. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the time of photo session. Please turn on your camera.
We would like to invite the Rector of Sriwijaya University, take it virtually, the Dean of Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, the Vice Dean 1, Dr. Hartono MA, Vice Dean 2, Dr. Randa Jimas MPD, PhD, and Vice Dean 3, Dr. Rizwan Jainuddin MPD, Organizing Committee for having photo session. Ladies and gentlemen, due to the COVID-19 protocol, we would like to take a pictures here for the two session. The first session gonna be still wearing the mask,
Yes.
Tamara.
Yes.
And the second session, we may take off the mask for.
Having the photo session.
And we also invite Mr. Rector of Sriwijaya University also please to set up front of the camera or turn on the camera, Tamara.
Yes, of course.
And okay, for the first session, okay, Mr. Rector.
Yes.
Okay. Tamara, we would like to take a picture here using the virtually also. So all the participants, you may turn on the camera for some moments so that we can take a pictures together. And Mr. Rector, you may smile also. Okay, I may count 1, 2, 3. Cheers. Okay. And I think we would like to take the second session. For Mr. Dean and Vice Dean, the chairman, we may take off. No. Enough? Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Rector. Thank you, Mr. Dean, the chairman, and all the Vice Dean. Ladies and gentlemen, and Tamara,
Yes.
this is the end of the opening session.
The warmest thanks to everyone here. We truly appreciate for your attention in this event. Now, the further sessions given to host 2, Nurul Fauzia. Although of the plenary sessions rules will be led by her. To Nurul, time is yours.
And ladies and gentlemen, to close and to end the opening session, we would like to say,
Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Dean and ladies and gentlemen, I have to leave because I have another meeting. Succeed for SULE-IC 2020. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Dan Vice Dean itu boleh istirahat dulu.
Kita ada 15 menit waktu untuk bersiap-siap.
Cak mana? To the 15 minutes left, we have break session. We still have 10 minutes left for break-in session.
We still have 10 minutes break before we start the plenary session. So you could have a toilet break or other things. Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning. Morning has broken like the first morning. Blackbird has spoken like the first bird.
minutes left for the break time. The honorable keynote speakers, moderators, and all the participants, welcome to the 4th Sriwijaya University Learning and Education International Conference 2020. Now, it is the time for us to continue to the plenary session as our next agenda. Dear all the participants, there will be 5 keynote speakers that will present today. First, Dr. Ryan T. Knowles from Utah State University, USA. The second one is Dr. Mirela Wira from Flinders University, Australia. Third, Professor Sofendi from Sriwijaya University, Indonesia. The fourth one, Professor Eero Tapaniropo from Tampere University, Finland. And the last one, Professor Dr. Bert J. Tuga from Philippine Normal University, Philippines. Well, to start our first plenary session today, I'm going to invite the moderator to begin this session. Please welcome Dr. Rita Indrawati. For Dr. Rita Indrawati, the Zoom floor is yours.
Okay. Thank you. Well, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning. Thank you for being here this morning. Hello, good evening, Ryan.
Hi, good evening.
Welcome to this virtual international conference, the 4th Sriwijaya University Learning and Education International Conference. Today, we are pleased to welcome Dr. Ryan Knowles, our first keynote speaker, an assistant professor, Utah State University, teaching education, leadership, social studies, education. Let me inform you a little bit about him. Dr. Noll's educational background is PhD in Social Studies Education and Quantitative Research Method, University of Missouri, Spring 2015. He has published more scientific articles in journals. The most current one is published this year in Journals of Social Studies Research. He has also obtained some awards and recognitions, among others, Graduate Students Mentor of the Year, Researchers of the Year, IEA Wolf Award, and Undergraduate Instructor of the Year. Well, there are so many other essential works actually, experiences and also activities that I can't mention all. However, I don't want to forget something important to tell you that Dr. Ryan Knowles is our international research collaborator who is very active via Zoom during this busy month, contributing for the betterment of our research. And today, he will be sharing with us his expert opinion on finding related to students' identity using the large-scale civic education data sets. Dr. Knowles, you have 30 minutes for presentation and 20 minutes for Q&A. With that, I ask you give your full attention to Dr. Knowles and help me in welcoming him to the Zoom stage. Dr. Knowles.
All right. Thank you all. First of all, I'm honored to be here speaking with you. The opening ceremony was fantastic, and I was truly honored and enjoyed watching the dance and all the pictures of Sumatra. I was really sad that I wasn't there to see you in person, and I thought that I would love to be there to see the country, see Indonesia, see South Sumatra. And we planned on bringing my family with me, and we were going to, really kind of see what was there. So maybe in the future, but I hope that I can kind of do this justice through Zoom. Please use the chat if you have any questions, if you have any comments. I'll keep it up so I can respond to them in time. If you want me to clarify something or talk a little bit more about something, Rita, if you could just tell me how much time I had. You mentioned it right there. You can put it in the chat if you don't mind. But I really appreciate everything. Just real quick, a little bit about me. This is where I live in Logan, Utah, and I am surrounded by snow-capped mountains. This weekend it's supposed to be negative 13 degrees Celsius, so it's a little bit different than I looked at the weather in Palembang, and it is much warmer there. So I appreciate. I really wish I was there with you all and everyone. So I think I'm on here twice. Do I have an echo? I'm sorry.
Okay. Would you
There,
please?
thank you. So this also Utah, where I live, is famous for its snow. We are said to have the greatest snow on Earth. We a lot of skiing. This is snowshoe hiking, so it's a little different than in Indonesia. A little bit about me. I do work on social studies education, civic education, and democracy. I do a lot of large-scale quantitative data analysis, international research. I ask a lot of questions about how we can prepare students to participate in democracy and civic education, to be active members of their society and productive members, and make the world a better place. So a lot of those big kind of questions are what I'm concerned with in my research. So one thing I do a lot of work with is this international civic and citizenship study, and it does large-scale assessments across a variety of countries. The most recent iteration was in 2016 with 24 countries that are listed here. Can you all, I guess I haven't shared my screen, sorry. I thought I did. You all didn't see the pictures. There's where I live in Utah, and negative 13 degrees, and then here is the greatest snow on Earth. that we have here in Utah. So I thought I'd just share real quick. But this is the map of the International Civic and Citizenship Study of all of the different countries that participated in it. And Indonesia participated in the 2008 iteration of this study. So a lot of the findings that I'm going to share with today, I tried to pick some studies that were all over in Latin America, in East Asia, in Europe, but also in Indonesia as well. So but I would like to know some of the findings I'm going to share with, maybe in the comments, how maybe these would apply to Indonesia in the Indonesian context. So with the International Civic and Citizenship Study, there's a lot of measures, and there's the main one, just knowledge, kind of like TIMSS and PISA. You have the knowledge scales, but they also have these list of non-cognitive scales. So things like intended participation, political discussion, support for democratic values, norms of citizenship, attitudes towards gender equality, ethnic right, immigrant rights, civic self-efficacy is really, I think, is interesting. So how competent students feel, how capable students feel that they can participate in politics and in their world. encourage students, and then they answer on these survey items. So they ask students how often knowledge of students related to social identity. So this is something that I kind of just picked a few key findings that I thought was really interesting. We found there was a lot of research studies that were interested in gender, so interested in different how male and female 8th graders experience civic education and civic engagement or the learning process differently. So basically, when they found gender gaps, they found the opportunity structure in societies to explain the gender gaps. So the studies, they used the percentage of women in parliament, for example, in Europe. In countries that had a higher proportion of women in parliament, then the female students who felt more likely and more potential to participate in politics. And then also the male students felt more supportive of women participating in politics. So the better representation among parliament and women in active leadership roles within society empowered the women and also changed the attitudes of the male students to support women participating in politics. There's also some interesting gender differences. So females students were more likely to expect to vote. So the female students wanted to vote more, which spoke kind of that empowerment piece I just mentioned. But the male candidates were more likely to see themselves as candidates, which is a kind of an interesting finding that the male students were actually maybe more empowered. The male students scored higher on factual knowledge, so just knowing sort of the facts, but the female students scored higher on reasonings and human rights knowledge. So these more complex, these more higher order learning type knowledge the female students scored higher on. So there was a gap between the types of knowledge that different between the genders that different groups were at, which is really an interesting finding. Within race and ethnicity, and I kind of grouped in immigrant students into this as well, but we found, this was within the United States, this study found that Latino students, so students from Mexico or South or Central America, demonstrated low civic knowledge and expected participation, so the Latino students were less likely to participate. But the experience with open classroom climate, again, closed that gap. So Latino students who experienced high amounts of open classroom climate were more likely to have higher civic knowledge and were more expected to participate in politics. So this atmosphere of inclusion and trust helped kind of close that gap between the immigrant and non-immigrant students. So also in Europe, the immigrant students who came in, a lot of these students were from Turkey or from Egypt, Jordan or Syria. These students, when the schools had a high level of open classroom climate in similar measures, then those students, those immigrant students, had higher levels of trust. Right. So the importance over and over again we find is that when schools have high levels of trust and have positive student-teacher relationships and encourage student voice and encourage participation among students, then the students feel more welcome and they learn and they do better. Right. So then the third sort of big trend that we found is this kind of focus on different norms of citizenship. And this is a little bit different kind of way of thinking a little bit about this. And I think a good article that typifies this was this article by Judith Torney-Porter and Carolyn Barber, and they analyzed people in Europe and the United States and did a method of data analysis called cluster analysis, which classified people, put people into groups. In their analysis, they found these 5 groups, and I'll just briefly talk about them. So each person fit into one of these groups. So they had justice, social justice supporters, so people supported minority rights, immigrants' rights, and women's rights. A conventional citizenship, so these people trusted their government, and then they did traditional political participation, so like voting, things like that. Then they had indifferent individuals, people who just weren't really interested in anything, just kind of free riders. And they had this disaffected group. So this group had negative views towards minorities and low trust. But then finally, this last group, this alienated cluster, they had negative attitude towards minorities and low trust in governmental institutions. And so there was a lot of speculation that these were 8th graders that they put into this. And these two groups, this alienated cluster and disaffected group, if you put them together, equaled about 35%, depending on the country, equaled about 35%. And there was a lot of speculation that these were 8th graders who took this survey in 1998. So a lot of these 8th graders in 1998 are now in their 30s now, and there's a lot of speculation that maybe this was a predictor of some of the nationalistic movements that we found and anti-democratic movements that we found more recently in the United States and in Europe. That this was kind of something that was building before that happened. So this was an interesting study from that. So I did a study, and this is a study that I published recently, where I started to wonder what would happen if you put in these students who are these different clusters, right, that have different ideologies or different perspectives, when you start putting them together in the same classroom. Right. So polarization, a high polarization classroom means that there's a lot of different students in terms of, and I use support for ethnic rights and support for women's rights. So high polarization classroom means within the same classroom, students disagreed a lot, right? A lot of disagreement in the same classroom. And then middle polarization, lost my screen. Can you all still hear me? I think I've lost my screen. Okay. All right. Sorry, I got off the. Can everyone hear me again?
With you? Okay.
Okay, you can still hear me.
Okay, good. Continue.
Sorry about that. All right. So the high polarization These are the classrooms where there's a lot of disagreement, and then the solid line is classrooms where there's not a lot of disagreement. And I found an interaction, and this one is particularly among students in Croatia. And I found it in some other places as well, but that students, high polarization classrooms disproportionately harmed low SES students, is what this shows. So the low SES students are at this end of the scale, and I use that as a predictor of open classroom climate. So that means that low SES students in high polarization classrooms experience less open classroom climate than their high SES peers. Right, so the finding is then that high SES students are less bothered by disagreements. And I argue that it's their privileged position and wealth and within society puts them in a position where they're more comfortable with disagreement, or more willing to exist within a space that includes disagreement than the lower SES students. And the implication of that is that Ekman and Zetterberg is a study, and they made a claim looking at this idea of classroom composition, the mix of students within the same classroom, and they made an assertion, and I agree with this, and I want to know if you think this is true in Indonesia as well, that the composition of students that populate a school or classroom, the mix of students based on their ideological differences, has a stronger relationship, perhaps even stronger with their civic development and their civic identity than the implemented curriculum and instruction. So who's in the classroom is as important as the curriculum that you're giving them and how you're giving it to them. It's kind of an assertion that was been made. So again, this kind of calls for research and understandings of civics and citizenship education that is contextualized. So we're focusing and trying to understand differences on gender, differences on race, differences on sexuality, differences in immigrant status, all of these things, and how we can incorporate them into our understanding of how students go through their world. So we found a lot of variations, but at the end of the day, this idea of open classroom climate and value of student participation in school is very powerful and comes up over and over and over again within the studies. So moving forward, that's what we want to do. We want to have some questions. We want to say, how do students react in relation to their membership of particular groups? How do these identities intersect? So ideas of female immigrants versus male immigrants, do they perceive and experience things differently? So we need more analysis using large-scale data to explore how these are manifested. So I think we need more studies, more research, more understanding. How can we actually use this open classroom climate within specific classrooms and context? And that's kind of a question that I'm curious, and I'd love to hear your all's comments. This is kind of the end. This is my plug. I have a book coming out in 2 months. This is the ad for it. It's not out yet. You can't order it yet, but it will be pretty quick here in a couple months. So I just got this like 2 days ago, the ad for it. So feel free, to let me know. If you're interested in knowing more, you can email me. There's findings were published in a journal article. This is the title. These are the co-authors. There's myself, Judith Tony-Porta, and Carolyn Barber. You can find it for free, the article describing this research at this email address, or sorry, email this website if you want to check it out. Okay. Okay, are there any questions? I think 30 minutes is what I was supposed to do, right? So I got pretty close.
Okay, thank you, Ryan. Your ideas is very worthy, that attitude and knowledge of the students related to their social identities. And the most importantly, students' identity must be considered in conducting the scrutiny. Well, now it's time for us to have Q&A. There are some questions posed by the viewers in YouTube and the attendees in the Zoom. Let me select 3 up to 4 questions for you. Are you ready?
Thank you.
Ryan?
Yes.
Well, the first
Mhm.
question, yes, from Santi, University of Lampung. The question is, how did the social identities affect the achievement in learning in general? Is it clear enough?
Yeah.
Okay.
So we find a lot that the whatever the kind of the social, when you think of social hierarchies, whatever the social outgroup tends to perform low when you're talking about civic knowledge. So immigrants or minority in the United States, predominantly African American or Latino students, score lower than ethnic majorities, so white students or European, if we're talking in European context, it tends to be a gap. Within gender, that there tends to be a gap that exists in different types of knowledge, right? So different types of achievements. So female students score higher in some ways, and male students score higher in other ways, in other types of knowledge. But we do find those gaps in achievement are closed and narrowed across those groups based on identity when there is an open classroom climate, when there is value of student participation in the classroom.
Okay, thank you, Ryan. And the second question from Sriwijaya, from Sriwijaya University, my university. Well, the question is, can we implement open classroom in our country, in Indonesia? So the question is, what to consider in implementing it?
So I think whether you can or not, I think that's a question that I should ask you. That's why I would love to know. I think when you think about how to implement open classroom climate, to me, and how I understand what that means, you have to. It's not something that you do like a lesson that you plan out, and maybe you start that way. It's not something you just begin with. You have to start day one. It's how you talk to your students. It's how you encourage them to talk to you, and how you support them talking to each other. And then you start putting in opportunities for them to have conversations about real things. And within, I do a lot of research on elementary students, and there's a lot of good children's books talking about historical issues or contemporary issues or political issues that you can just read them the book, and you could have them have conversations with each other about the meaning and purpose of the central themes in the book. Just an example. Very easy to do, and it's about how you get your students talking to each other in an open and respectful way. Among high school students, older students, you could bring in contemporary political issues. It doesn't not have to be national issues. A lot of times I think local issues don't get enough attention, at least here, that you could bring in and help them talk about them and practice having discussions and help them kind of gain the ability to talk to each other.
Okay, thank you, Ryan. So there are so many questions actually, Ryan. However, we have to limit, yeah. And I think it's better for us to have one more questions, yeah, from Ardo in University of Palangkaraya. The question is, why is it important to make differentiation between male and female related to their social identities? Why?
Yeah, so to me, living and walking through this world as a man is a very different experience compared to walking through this world as a woman. So when we think about how we understand the world and the lens that we use to understand our world and how we walk through it and how we understand our roles in the world and in society, gender plays a very important role in that. So I think within the research we have to understand it. When we think about maybe a more tangible example, when we think about civic education and open classroom climate, when we're helping our students have conversations and building that environment where students can talk to each other, we might have to be mindful that there are gendered expectations. So when we have a conversation, when there's mixed genders, for example, there may be gender rules or gender roles for how we talk to each other and how we have conversations. When we, where, a lot of times, like maybe the male students will dominate the conversation, or maybe not, I don't know, but there's gender rules, gender roles that as a teacher we have to be mindful of when we're trying to build this open classroom climate. Otherwise, it will just be open for some students and not for other students. So we have to try to encourage students to think about, and as teachers we have to think about who we're representing, what types of ideas we're allowing to be spoken and talked about in schools, and who we're excluding, either maybe not on purpose or maybe on purpose. But we have to critically think about who we're excluding and including in those climates if we're going to have an open classroom climate. So that's why I think a focus on gender is important.
Wow, Ryan, actually there are still many, but we still have time. Would you please to answer some other questions?
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, they are interesting in your topic. Well, I got from Dinar Sugiana from Universitas Sultan Agung Tirtayasa. The question is, during the COVID-19 pandemic, how do we shape the attitudes of students and how we evaluate it? Thank you.
Yeah, this is something that I have been thinking a lot about. I've taught a lot of online classes. I'm sure you all, are having a lot of Zoom time as well. And I've been impressed with the classes I've taught on Zoom. The use of the breakout rooms, the use of, kind of the collaboration that's possible through Zoom has really impressed me. So I think the biggest trick when we're talking about shaping students' identities in the context of COVID-19 is getting the students talking, centering their voice in the conversation. And that's really difficult because it's really easy, I think, for students to kind of slow down and not get that engaged in a classroom. But once you get them going and having some flexibility, because we're all dealing with a lot of things right now with COVID, right? We're all trying to, like I should be in Indonesia right now, but I'm not. So there's a lot of stress and a lot of things that we're all dealing with. And so I think centering, what does that mean? Now, I'm talking about civic identity, for example, we just talked about. Coronavirus and COVID-19 has affected all of our civic identities in a way that I think we're all trying to figure out who we are and how to exist and how we can continue to survive and thrive in the world as it is right now, which is different than what we were thinking we were going to be doing a year ago, right? So I think providing a space for students to have that conversation with each other, how do we survive and how do we thrive within the context of COVID-19 is a hugely important thing for us all to think about.
Yeah, okay. I think one more question, yeah, and it is related to your field. So it is about what should we do to make civic education more interesting? Because you know that civic always makes student boring in the class. So the question is from Amy Susanti.
Yeah. So I think that's the surveys here in the United States as well, where they ask students to rate all the different subjects from most interesting to boring, right? So studies in civic education is almost always the most boring in the United States as well. And I think it's sad because if you give your students some flexibility, whatever it is they're interested in, anything that they're interested in, then there's civic element to it, right? There's politics, there's a history, there's a literature, there's information out there, there's always stuff out there, right, to learn about. So I think if you want to make civic education less boring, then you have to open it up and be a little more flexible to allow the student interest to drive the topics that you cover with them, right? So, maybe not give them all of the power and all of the authority, but when they're interested in something, you help them develop and research and understand some of these things. So if you're just having your students do the most boring, straightforward, out of the textbook type civics, then a lot of times students will be bored. But if you open it up to say, well, you're interested in whatever you're interested in, I don't know. For me, it was World War II, right? So I was interested in World War II. Then that opened up a whole world of understanding for me when I was able to follow my interest. And that's what I do as a researcher now, as a faculty member. I follow my interest. And that's what a lot of people do in their own lives outside of school. So if you want to make it less boring, then engage in student interest, I think, is important.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Ryan. Yeah, Dr. Ryan Knowles, who has shared with us his brilliant ideas and knowledge dealing with the content analysis research, conducting on 101 secondary analysis publication that utilized the data sets from IEA SIVE or IEA ICCS with the result. Students' identity is taken into account. Well, thank you so much to the viewer in YouTube and the attendees in the Zoom who are very enthusiastic in listening and asking questions. As a closing, I'd like to quote a rigorous statement from our incredible speaker today, that students' experiences with civic and democratic education vary tremendously depending on their identity and that of their peers. So future research should explore this idea to increase our understanding of how identity related to the development of student civic engagement. Well, it sounds a big challenge for the future, for the further researchers to conduct the investigation, of course. Well, I'm Rita Endrawati. Thank you very much for your attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning.
Good evening. Thank you all so much.
Thank you very much, Ryan, for presenting the paper of Andy. Okay.
Okay. Ryan, are you still there?
Yes, I'm still here.
Yeah. Well, I think after I closing, we still need the last remark from you. Please, Ryan.
Okay, yeah. Thank you all so much. Sorry, I didn't know. Thank you. I'm honored to come, and I really appreciate. Thank you all so much for having me. I'm really honored to come and speak, and I hope that you enjoyed my talk, and I enjoyed having it with you.
Okay, thank you very much, Ryan.
Yep. Oh, hi, Zulfindi.
Say hello to Keguruan.
Hi.
I miss you.
Yeah, we have to come back to Utah. We can go.
Yeah, sure. Next year,
in snow. Yeah. How's Palembang?
Palembang is warm.
Warm. I'm jealous. It's very cold here.
Yes, it is.
Is this going to be recorded?
Yes, it is recorded at the beginning.
Okay, cool.
Also, it is streaming on the YouTube.
Oh, it's streaming on YouTube.
So everybody can get access to this international conference.
Oh, that's great.
Udah pada banget?
Asia.
Thank you so much for Dr. Ryan Knowles and Dr. Rita Indrawati. Now, dear all the participants of the SULE-IC 2020, we're going to continue to the next plenary session, and I'm going to invite the moderator to begin this session. Please welcome Dr. Magdalena Vianti. For Dr. Magdalena Vianti, the Zoom floor is yours.
Hello, Mirella. How are you?
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, of course.
Hello, everyone.
Hi.
Greetings, Sandy from Adelaide. It's great to see you and great to
Greetings from Palembang to you. It's nice to have you in this conference, Mirella.
It's a great pleasure to be here and to join you on this wonderful occasion. Thank you for inviting me. It would be with you today in person in the warm South Sumatra weather. We have spring in Adelaide. It is nice and sunny today, but the temperature is lower than in South Sumatra, but not as cold in Utah.
Utah is very, very cold now.
Although personally, I like cold weather too, and my family and I, we love snow skiing. So every type of weather is okay. Congratulations to everyone on organizing this conference. It must have been a great challenge to get everyone organized in this cyberspace. Well done.
Good and strong team.
Yes, absolutely, and it is clearly visible. Very interesting.
Hi, Mirella.
Hello, Vianti. How are you?
I'm good. This is me.
I can't see you now yet. Yes, I can see you now. Hello. Great to see you. It's been some time since we saw one another in person.
Shall we start? Hi, Mirella. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to our second session for the second speaker. We are welcoming Dr. Mirella Wira, who is going to share her work on the teaching and learning of foreign language. Before we listen to her presentation, I would like to share a brief of her background. Dr. Mirella Wira is the Director of Continuing Professional Education Teaching Programs, Postgraduate Studies in the College of Education, Psychology and Social Work at Flinders University, Australia, my former university, for your information. Thank you. Mirella broadly is interested in researching the role of self-regulation, mental imagery, encoding and retrieval processes in learning, especially in foreign language education. She is also interested in well-being of students and teachers in primary and secondary education. She has been involved in a number of research projects, for example, well-being project, Living and Learning at School, funded by the Australian Research Council. She is a member of a number of organizations, including Orema Institute for Mental Health and Well-being, European Network for Social and Emotional Competence, Research Center, Student Well-being and Prevention of Violence, and co-coordinator of the Global Research Alliance that is concerned with improving the lives of children and their communities. She is a reviewer for a number of highly regarded academic journals, including Educational Research Review and Psychological Reports. Okay, that is the brief information about Dr. Vira. Now it is time for us to listen to her presentation. Dr. Vira, it sounds strange for me to call you by that name, but that's fine. Dr. Vira, now it is time for you to share with us. Please, time is yours.
Thank you very much for the warm welcome and introduction. I will share my screen with you in a second. Is this okay now? Can you see the screen?
Yes, it is clear.
Okay, great. So thank you again for inviting me to your conference. It is an honor. And I direct a special thank you to the Director of Sriwijaya University, Professor Dr. Anis Sagaf. Warm thank you to Professor Sofendi and Dr. Magdalena Pianti and Dr. Sonny Mirison and the organizing committee. And I would like to congratulate you all for an impressive conference program and a broad range of presentation topics. I also extend a warm greeting to colleagues and University alumni. Thank you everyone for joining me in this presentation, and I hope that you will find it interesting, useful and motivating. Let me just change the slide. So the emphasis placed on ability and necessity to use more than one language has been emphasized over centuries, but especially so over the past decade, with a view that learning another language can influence educational and professional opportunities in a globalized context, with increased mobility and internet communication for professional, educational, leisure and social interactions. Mastering a foreign language, as we all know, is a challenging task that requires motivation, learning skills, resources, time, to name the least. The reality is that there is a lot to learn and a lot to teach for students to gain a foreign language proficiency. But there is not enough class time to rely just on the formal classroom interactions to achieve this. The reality is that there is much to learn, but not enough class time. The average time that a teacher spends with an individual student per day is a few minutes of quality individual student-teacher interaction. Recent research shows that students have very little time when they get uninterrupted one-to-one teaching. In one study, it was shown that this can be as low as 2.4 minutes per day. For example, in another study, it was found that nearly 70% of the time, even when students are sitting in the groups, students work on their own. So this is evident in elementary classrooms, but it is also the case in high schools and university programs, where students are expected to be directing their own learning during classes. Consequently, during this large proportion of class time, but also and most definitely during the private study time, school and university students are teaching themselves. They must manage the moment-to-moment learning. This is an important responsibility that is placed on students in terms of their self-regulation of learning. And therefore, it is imperative that learners know about and can effectively use strategies for regulating their learning. It is important because using strategies effectively has a positive influence on achievement. Students are learning not just in the formal context. They are also studying in the private time, non-lesson time, when they're studying for tests, exams, when they're doing homework, writing assignments on their own. Many students don't have suitable conditions or time to study at home. They may need to help their families run businesses, farms. They need to keep looking after younger siblings or grandparents. They need to be doing chores. There are examples, so these are examples indicating little time in which to learn. Therefore, the emphasis needs to be on how to best use this time to maximize learning. A greater focus on developing learners' learning skills and teachers' teaching skills is of essence in order to support learners in the pursuit of a foreign language mastery. Empowering learners with skills to help to teach themselves during and outside of formal classroom time is crucial. This is particularly important when learners can maximize their learning through benefiting from online resources that are available to them 24 hours, 7 days a week. Therefore, self-regulated learning skills are essential for the 21st century learners. And we only have seen that with the COVID-19 circumstances, where suddenly teachers were on the other side of the screen and students were actually having to learn a lot by themselves. So students at all levels of education need to be able to manage their own learning, because such management is an important survival tool in school and life generally. We need to know how to learn, how to teach ourselves. It's actually quite interesting because as students, we are and have been in the business of learning. But there is very little emphasis during our formal education years on learning how to learn. So teaching about such management of own learning, self-regulated learning, is an often missing yet critical component of formal education. So what do we mean by self-regulated learning? So Asher and Shank provided a broad perspective on self-regulated learning, referring to it as the process of systematically organizing one's thoughts, feelings, and actions to gain one's goals. Self-regulated learning is an active, constructive process whereby learners set goals for their learning and attempt to monitor, regulate, and control their own cognition, motivation, and behavior, guided and constrained by their goals and contextual features in the environment. Now, all this involves the management of moment-to-moment learning. The self-management or self-regulation of learning is a central feature of most contemporary theories of learning and instruction. Findings from research based on theories of self-regulation of learning provide evidence that the teaching of learning strategies to students can have a positive impact on student achievement. Despite this evidence, there is also research that suggests that teaching of self-regulated learning strategies is not used in many school and university classrooms, and that's globally, internationally, very little attention and time is devoted by teachers to the task of teaching students how to learn. There is usually a rush with curriculum content. There is also a fair level of agreement about the types of processes involved in effective self-regulation of learning. So these processes are affective and motivational states of a learner, management of resources, consideration of the context, setting goals, establishing a plan for action, selecting strategies, elaborating an organization of knowledge. That also includes monitoring of activity and evaluation of outcomes. A learner must manage these processes well in order to engage in effective learning. So the learner is in charge really of their own learning. So what are learning strategies? There are several definitions of learning strategies in relation to their nature and purpose. One definition by Brown is that the strategies are those specific attacks that we make on a given problem and that vary considerably within each individual. They are the moment-by-moment techniques that we employ to solve problems posed by second language input and output. Another old definition of strategies by Chameau is that these are procedures or techniques that learners can use to facilitate learning tasks and that are most often conscious and goal-driven. Another explanation of strategies by Zhao and Oxford is that they are the second language learner's toolkit for active, conscious, purposeful, and attentive learning, and they pave the way toward greater proficiency, learner autonomy, and self-regulation, thus extending learners' cognitive function by emphasizing the metacognitive function of the conscious use of learning strategies. The effort is also seen as an essential strategy element for specific goals accomplishment. In the past 40 years, there has been a lot of research in the field of learning and teaching strategies in general, and also specifically in foreign language learning area. Mayer discussed strategies in terms of strategies for motivation, so that's will, strategies for cognition, skill, and metacognition, meta-skill. Some foreign language strategy taxonomies that I'm sure you are familiar with discuss strategies in similar terms, including attention to cognitive and metacognitive aspects, with some particular focus, so Chameau, Oxford, Rubin, some with particular focus on vocabulary learning strategies. Cognitive strategies that are mostly of focus in foreign language education address not only the input and output for learning, but engage the mental structures and processes in learning. In the work on the teaching of learning strategies, Weinstein and Mayer recognize the specific functions of strategies. Typically, cognitive strategies for encoding, learning new information, focus on selecting key information, integrating newly organized knowledge with existing knowledge, and organizing the information. Strategies for recall of that information involve searching and activating relevant knowledge. So that's where the cognitive psychology come into the picture. And problem-solving strategies involve the use of the recalled knowledge. It needs to be noted that all of that strategic activity conducted by a learner involved in encoding and recall needs to be monitored and controlled, thus relying on metacognition. In foreign language education context, cognitive strategies may include repetition, deduction that relies on the conscious application to rules, to processing foreign language, contextualization through the use of a word or a phrase in a meaningful sentence, organizing one's learning on the basis of common attributes, and inferring or asking questions for clarification, such as clarifying rules of grammar or double-checking pronunciation. Metacognitive strategies include activities such as creating advanced organizers to help plan the learning activity or process, self-monitoring and self-evaluation. Learning strategies have an effect on learning outcomes. So although strategies of novice, intermediate, and expert learners can vary, they are also language and context dependent. Overwhelmingly, research presents a clear message that learning strategies are useful and influence students' learning outcomes. This is also the case in foreign language learning, with studies showing the effectiveness of learning strategies in key areas of learning, such as reading, listening, writing, speaking, grammar, and vocabulary. In relation to foreign language reading strategies, Tariq, almost over three decades ago, identified four categories that students use effectively in foreign language reading. Technical aids like skimming and using glossary, clarification and simplification like paraphrasing and inferring, coherence detection like using prior knowledge and recognizing text structure, and monitoring, which can result in changing one's actions, such as leaving an unknown phrase and varying reading speed. There has been a lot of focus on reading strategies. Effective listeners have selective attention, self-monitoring elaboration, like inferring meaning, listening for pause and intonation. They employ a top-down listening approach, using inferences, listening for meanings of sentences and phrases rather than individual words in word-by-word approach, bottom-up approach. They also use metacognitive strategies like paying attention to important points effectively. In writing, planning, drafting, and revising, when used skillfully, can greatly influence students' foreign language writing outcomes. When students focus on compositional patterns, such as breaking writing down into chunks like paragraphs, and identifying smaller parts, topic sentences and supporting sentences, and their purposes, those actions strongly contribute to improved writing. And without doubt, speaking is considered by foreign language learners as the most difficult skill. Students who are effective foreign language speakers employ a range of useful strategies, such as compensation strategy, interlocution, but also effective planning using advanced organizers and monitoring strategies such as self-correction. There is a number of effective strategies for learning grammar. Paying attention to target forms is useful when learning grammar. An explicit inductive grammar strategy or rule discovery can also be effective if well designed, as it increases students' deep engagement. Graphic organizers for learning prefixes and suffixes and the use of colors in learning syntax, for example, can also be examples of strategies employing visual organization. Vocabulary learning is essential for learners of languages. Mastering a large vocabulary needed for effective communication in another language can be tedious, time-consuming, and often a frustrating experience. Vocabulary learning strategies have been indicated in the extant literature as useful aids in vocabulary mastery. For example, Gwen Johnson explored students' use of contextual guessing, skillful use of dictionaries, note-taking, paying attention to word formation, contextual encoding, and activation of newly learned words. In a typical languages education context, there is not enough time to explicitly teach vocabulary during class time. Where, for example, in Australia, in primary or high school, students have just 1 or 2 lessons a week. And the time available for lessons can be better utilized for practicing foreign language skills that rely on vocabulary knowledge, such as speaking. So such learner responsibility, where learner has a great sort of role in their own learning is especially needed in flipped classroom approach or content and language integrated learning and content-based instruction. An effective way of helping learners to master large vocabularies is to teach them how to use vocabulary learning strategies independently. Learning strategies can be very helpful when learning new words, since they facilitate the storage and retrieval of new information when it is needed for comprehension or production of the language. And using vocabulary strategies for new foreign language word acquisition could help language learners in overcoming retention and recall difficulties. Even though high strategy use is linked to language learning success, and researchers identified numerous foreign language learning strategies that are available to learners, this is not reflective of what learners use. Some students and teachers do not have strong, functionally available knowledge about self-regulated learning. Learning success is influenced by the complexity of elements involved, the interaction with the to-be-remembered material, and the context within which the material is acquired, such as purpose, relevance, level of difficulty, complexity, detail. It is also associated with learners' individual differences, such as background knowledge, strategies, learning styles, personality, temperament, mood, language aptitude, motivation, anxiety, creativity, self-efficacy, and several other individual differences. Some of these elements cannot be controlled, changed, or influenced, but strategy instruction can increase the learner's strategy bank that consequently can influence their learning success. Sorry, let me just go back. So research and practice tell us that students who know and use learning strategies effectively have greater learning success. We also know that only some students develop good learning strategies independently, but most students use only very few and simple learning strategies, and these may vary for different tasks. When learners are left to learn independently, a majority rely on their own method, which, for example, in vocabulary learning, usually is a simple repetition. Evidence from investigations spanning the last 4 decades show that good or successful language learners report using effective learning strategies. Notwithstanding the evidence and advice from research on the benefit of learning strategies, it is still of major concern that, after 40 years of extensive research showing the advantages that learning strategies can give learners, students have still very limited strategy bank. Good learners use strategies, and in doing so, they take initiative to manage their learning. Learners use at least one learning strategy in every learning task, even though they may not be aware of it. However, they may not always use strategies that are actually helpful or optimal for a given language task. These strategies are the possible contributors to the differentiated rate of success in learning that creates the distinction between good and poor language learners. So we have some learners who know and use learning strategies well. There are some that know a few strategies, but may not use them effectively or efficiently. Can we help those learners? What about the learners that could benefit from learning strategies, but were not able or did not get the chance to develop them independently? Knowing that learning strategies are effective learning tools and that strategy instruction is not only possible but highly recommended, it is important to increase learner success by teaching how to use effective learning strategies effectively. As previously stated, Extensive research has identified that the deliberate use of learning strategies is beneficial for enhanced learning outcomes. It has also shown that many students use few and or ineffective learning strategies. However, the research has also shown that teachers, while appreciating the role and value of learning strategies for their students' learning, seldom engage in explicit teaching of learning strategies. And so this is one of the areas of my research. With increasing demands on students to learn more and to perform better in the academic skills in order to be more competitive in the global job market, in education, and in view of current learning and teaching theories, a greater emphasis needs to be placed on supporting students to become self-directed, self-regulated learners who are less dependent on the classroom teacher. However, it needs to be stressed that in order for students to become successful self-regulated learners, they need to know how to learn, and that is where teachers are in the best position to help. A comprehensive approach is needed, and this can be achieved when teachers explicitly engage students in gaining declarative knowledge, so that means what strategy is this and how does it work, type of knowledge, procedural knowledge, that is how to use a strategy, and conditional knowledge, when to use this strategy, for which tasks, or why it would be useful. The instructional significance of the teaching and use of effective self-regulated learning strategies is shown in the impact on student achievement. And this is visible in major reviews, in meta-analysis, in cross-national comparative research, in reviews of strategy interventions, and in textbooks, that there is a strong body of evidence showing that teaching students how to use effective self-regulated strategies can improve their achievement. Skills in use of self-regulated learning strategies has been identified as a key difference between more successful and less successful learners. Zimmerman has said that recent research shows that self-regulatory processes are teachable and can lead to increases in students' motivation and achievement. Are teachable, that means we can teach students how to use these strategies effectively. So how do we teach learning strategies? There are many models, many examples in the literature, and from experimental studies where learning strategies have been taught successfully in a range of educational contexts. There are also several models that provide a solid basis for teachers to support the planning of strategy instruction. So here on the slide, there is an example where just over really 1 year period of time, 3 models have been proposed by 3 different authors. And so those models have been developed over 20 years ago. And they have been implemented in many studies and in many classrooms. Since then, there has been work on improving those models and proposing alternative models. But the 2 key elements that are crucial for strategy learning and are common in these 3 models is providing modeling, so showing students how to use the strategies, and providing practice with as well as evaluation. So we see that as a common areas between these 3 models that I use here as example. So what are the implications? There is a growing body of research showing that teachers don't see it as their responsibility to teach students explicitly about self-regulated learning. Some teachers might adopt a literal interpretation of the idea of self-regulation and see that responsibility for self-regulated learning lies with the student. Such a perspective could be reinforced by consideration of a teacher's situation in classroom, where they teach large groups of students. Clearly, the teacher cannot sustain equally detailed interaction with each student in the group during a lesson, as indicated earlier. This means that there is a great level of responsibility on students for their own learning, and therefore it is important that they know about and can use effective strategies. Consequently, this implies that the teacher must also accept a level of responsibility for helping students to develop good quality, self-regulated learning knowledge, just as they do for curriculum knowledge. This means that teachers themselves need good quality knowledge about self-regulated learning strategies in order to effectively teach learning strategies and to promote learning strategies used in lesson. The challenge, however, exists as many teachers believe that knowledge about learning strategies develops naturally, and so it does not need to be the subject of instruction. The discussion about self-regulated learning strategies and strategy instruction has significant implications on how teaching of learning strategies can improve student learning experiences and outcomes in face-to-face and equally in online learning contexts. When we consider the use of technology in language teaching, we can see that some attempts to incorporate technology into formal learning simply use the technology to digitize the learning. What is important is to use the technology to maximize student learning. The use of technology and online learning provides many affordances for language learners in terms of differentiation, where they can learn at their own pace. They have access to a range of online resources, and they can learn anytime, 24 hours, 7 days a week, if they want to. Frequently, there is a timely feedback for moment-to-moment checking of learning performance, as some software can provide instantaneous results of level of correctness, for example, in vocabulary testing or selection of a grammar form, or during a conversation with a native speaker of a language in synchronous time. There is a multitude of authentic materials and context in the cyberspace. But most importantly, technology and the online availability of learning resources gives students agency. Students can make decisions about how they want to learn, but they need to know how to learn. Typically in this online learning environment, similarly as in the distance learning environments where students receive printed materials and have to study on their own, having the skills to learn effectively, essentially the skills to teach themselves, is essential. That's why self-regulated learning and learning strategies are important. And what is more important, explicitly teaching students how to learn well, teaching them self-regulation of learning and effective learning strategies is invaluable. Professor Ali Sagaf emphasized in the welcome remarks that quality of education is very important. I totally agree with that view, and that education should not be used as a tool to maintain privilege, injustice, and division. Once we help students to use learning strategies, those who don't have ideal conditions to learn, those who don't have strong support from family or siblings or friends to help them learn, those who don't have time or resources outside of school hours, those students who need to study in large classes with little individual interaction with the teacher, they can use their time more effectively, using moment-to-moment learning opportunities to self-regulate their own learning. I hope that the research, current theories, approaches, and pedagogical considerations that I have mentioned and on which I have touched today provided grounds for further discussions to a greater focus on developing learners' skills and teachers' teaching skills is essential in order to support learners in the pursuit of foreign language mastery. Empowering learners with skills to teach themselves during and outside of formal classroom time is crucial. This is particularly important when learners can maximize the learning through benefiting from online resources that are available to them anytime. there are many pedagogical choices that teachers need to make in a face-to-face and distance languages education. But in the shift from traditional methods, we need to make every effort to focus on promoting and explicitly teaching learning strategies as recommended by the last 3 decades of research informing contemporary evidence-based pedagogies that improve learning experiences and outcomes. Thank you for your attention, and I welcome your questions.
Okay, thank you very much, Mirella, for the presentation. Well, we have a lot of questions.
Sorry, Leandri, I can't hear you.
Pardon?
I can't hear you.
Oh, okay.
I cannot hear you.
Please, IT. Can you hear me now, Mirella?
Very faintly, barely.
Okay. Okay. Now, we have a lot of questions from the audience, and we have to select them. And they are with me now. Some of the question, Mirella. Sorry, Dr. Vira.
Sorry, I can't hear you. I know that you are saying something. I have everything at full volume. I'm not sure whether others can hear you, or is it just me?
Okay, let me check that with the IT. Can you hear me now? Okay, can you hear me now, Mirella? Can you hear me?
Yes, now I can hear you.
You can hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, great. Okay. We have some questions for you. The question from Nur Aini from Universitas Sriwijaya and from Hapsari from Excellent Learning Center. They basically ask the same thing. That is, whether you have any suggestion for teachers to deliver the lesson more effective and that can foster students' high interest, especially during this pandemic era. That's the question, Dr. Vira.
Yes, that is the question of languages education and actually in education of the subject area.
Yeah.
There is no simple answer because it's a complex question, but what is important to consider is great planning, and that requires investment of teachers' time and effort. And so in my work, for example, with one of my PhD students who is from Indonesia and has conducted her research in a rural part of Indonesia, she has encouraged teachers to work together in professional learning communities to work on planning lessons and units in a way that encourages students' creativity and higher order thinking skills in the English as a foreign language context. And that has been a longitudinal intervention that she has contributed to the teachers and indirectly students in their classrooms that was found to be very effective. So that's one aspect that could help with increasing motivation, engagement, and therefore, consequently, learning outcomes of students. And so that professional learning community can work together, a group of teachers working together on designing plans of how to teach students learning strategies, on how to provide examples, model, practicing experiences in the language learning classrooms, but also transferring it to other subject areas. So this collaborative nature of how teachers work together is very important, because if it is up to one teacher, it is an enormous task to actually prepare, deliver, and manage that approach.
Okay. The next question, it is also related to the first question that I posed. It is from Trisan Safira Salsabila, and she would like to know whether you have any strategies or tips for Generation Z, she called it, yeah, in language classroom. Yeah.
Sorry for what?
Whether or not you have any tips or
Generation
strategies,
Z.
tips or strategies for Generation Z.
Yes,
Generation Z, yeah. So probably I belong to Generation B, yeah, to learn in the language classroom, yeah.
Okay. Well, myself being from Generation X, I love games. I love the play aspect in learning. And so, and incorporating play and games, but not just as an edutainment, with purpose, with clear learning benefits and outcomes. So not just anything that is shiny, blinking, and students like, but actually, and so that's where the teacher's professional knowledge comes into place, where they evaluate these resources, these sources, these online tools and environments. So that's one of my suggestions, that there is room for games, and this is based by play theories of learning.
Okay, thank you, Mirella. Next question. As I said, we have a lot, and fortunately, we still have much time. The question from Haryati Aprilia Wahyuningsi from Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia from West Java. She asks about whether or not there is what is called local education language and foreign language. If yes, how many? And then what is the important problem that educators have during this pandemic era in relation to language teaching? So you have two questions from her. Okay, Mirella.
Thank you. So I'm not sure whether I understood, whether I understand the question, the first question well, but when it comes to local language learning or second language, because I absolutely am aware of how many wonderful languages there are in Indonesia and in the world. The principles that sort of drive language pedagogy or methodology are similar and can be applied, adapted, modified, and they need to be, because they need to be context specific, they need to be relevant to students, they need to be relevant to their individual context. The second question, Vian, if you could remind me, that was about problem of language teaching and learning in the swift shift to the online learning platforms. Is that right?
Mm-hmm, yes.
Yes. Thank you. So, other than quickly upskilling teachers in managing online learning for large groups of students, there is also an issue of student and teacher well-being. So this is another aspect of my research and my colleagues' research, that students and teachers have to quickly learn many things to navigate learning and teaching in a different context, where systems, resources might not have been readily available, where curriculum and resources might not have been readily sort of transferable from normal classroom face-to-face teaching to online teaching, where pedagogies had to be changed. That just sheer management of students in a cyber classroom is difficult. One aspect that I am currently interested in is looking at, lack of sense of control that teachers have in terms of what's happening in the classroom. Are students paying attention? Are they doing what they're supposed to be doing? So the number of challenges is really huge. And so in a sense, when approaching this question, how long is the piece of string? We can be talking about various aspects. But typically when we think about learning, we've got one central goal in mind, that we want students to actually learn something and have benefits of the time spent on learning. And so I would go back to the key sort of point from my presentation today, that teaching students how to teach themselves is essential. And that does not mean that teachers will be replaced if students can teach themselves. Absolutely not. Teachers are fantastic, and teachers are flexible, and teachers are innovative, creative, and they have flexible approach to learning and teaching. They need to be supported, and they need to have skills to support their students to facilitate their learning.
Okay. We still have some more. And this one comes from Ita Purnamasari from SMK Negeri 5 Palembang. She asked you about what's the point of virtual or online learning from your point of view?
From my point of view, currently it's essential, especially when people are in isolation. So that in some cases is one of the key ways of connecting students with other students, students with teachers, teachers with teachers who can collaborate on how they deliver learning for students. But in general, outside of the COVID-19 circumstances, there is a trend, there is a growing environment, there is growing interest. And so one of the people who have asked an earlier question pointed to Generation Z. This generation and the future generations are navigating cyberspace. They have presence in the cyberspace for various aspects of their lives, for communicating with one another, for communicating with family, social presence, educational presence, professional presence. So I think that it is essential that we consider swiftly moving into the learning in cyberspace. This has been in progress for many years with the COVID-19 pandemic. The circumstances have forced us to actually make that move, that sort of leap forward very quickly without actually being totally prepared for it. And so provided many challenges and anxieties and stress for teachers, students, for the leaders in the educational context.
Yeah, okay. Yes, you are right. Yeah. Now we are facing this COVID-19 pandemic, and we are forced to work from home, to study from home, and also the students are forced to study from home. Yeah, and then there is more use of the platform learning. Yeah, the use of online learning. Now, in relation to what you have explained, and in relation to the previous question, there are questions from these three students. Yeah, from Firima, from Farah Nabila from Universitas Sriwijaya, and then from Firima Zona Tanjung from Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, and from Putri Suci from Universitas Sriwijaya. They basically ask the similar question about the learning from home. That what do you think about the many assignments given by the teachers during this pandemic era, and then what is your personal opinion? Yeah, because as Suci wrote here, yeah, there are many students who do not seem to enjoy that, yeah, because there's a lot of load, yeah, for the homework, yeah, and then also as highlighted by wait a minute, yeah, by Firima, yeah, yeah. Yeah, what is your personal response to that kind of teachers who give a lot of work during this pandemic era, and then in your personal opinion, how to make this this kind of learning is more enjoyable? Thank you, Mirella.
Thank you. Yes, this is a very sort of powerful question, because if there is no time to engage with students on daily basis to provide learning, and if we have to actually limit the learning interactions to that independent, self-directed learning at home through just sort of producing some form of outcome that is required in terms of homework, then that can be disengaging, that can be demotivating, that can be perceived by students as very boring, because they just need to sit down and do something that may not be very interesting, or that they may not feel well prepared for. So sometimes it can actually turn students off studying. We also need to consider sort of ethical aspects of homework, because there is an expectation that all students can do the homework, but some from lower socioeconomic background, for example, don't have the time, the opportunity to do it. Then they already becoming more disadvantaged. If there is nothing else that can be done, and sending students homework is the only way to sort of go through those difficult times, then I would suggest that with every homework, maybe there is example of how to do the homework, snapshot of core learning that can support students, core information, description of skills, a strategy of how to approach doing what is needed in the homework. Again, there is not one simple answer. Many considerations, sort of cognitive load, prior knowledge, students' background, level of education, context, access to resources, if we provide resources online for students. Do all our students have access to internet, to uninterrupted internet, to uninterrupted even power, electricity? Maybe there is one laptop. We have had in Australia families where there was one laptop, 3 children and 2 parents working from home during COVID lockdown. It took place demands on all those 3 students to do homework and participate in learning. How are they going to do that if the parents need to share one laptop to engage in 8 to 10 hours of work every day? So these are difficult considerations, but I think that the positive side of it is that if there is a positive side of COVID, is that it sort of forced us to consider all these things on steroids, if you like, you know, in a sort of speedy, forceful way. And I think that in long term, that will help us to improve how we teach, how students learn, and how we organize learning environment and platforms.
Okay, your explanation leads to this question, Mirella. Question from Dahlia Febrianti Samosir. So, global learning and education in Industrial Revolution 4.0 and Society 5.0 not only raises new demands in the competence of online learning models, but also demands new way of learning. And the question from Dahlia is, what kind of students will be formed? So probably what she asked, what kind of students that we will have, yeah, in the face of the Industrial Revolution 4.0 like this? Yes.
Yeah, great question. I think that it is very important, and I think that in the educational reform or review in Indonesian curriculum, I think that was in 2013, I think, the emphasis is on improving students' higher order thinking, so creativity, problem solving, collaboration, and critical thinking, critical engagement with what's online, for example, right? So again, teaching students not necessarily the content. I mean, that's important too, but skills, how to engage with content, how to be those global citizens, global learners, is very important. And again, you probably are bored with me repeating that, but learning strategies play a very important role in developing creativity, developing critical thinking, developing that sort of evaluation, metacognition, reflection that learners in the 21st century will need.
Okay, we still have 4 more minutes. Yeah, one last question from Ayu Olivia Unsri. It was mentioned that self-regulated learning is related to moment-by-moment learning and some mental aspects such as consciousness and others. So that concept basically related to mindfulness concept. Do you think mindfulness-based learning is possibly part of self-regulated learning?
There are always multiple connections between various aspects. When we talk about mindfulness and self-regulated learning, these concepts are related, but sort of originally belong to different disciplines. So the part of self-regulation that I'm talking about is really sort of based in cognitive psychology as related to educational practice. And when we talk about moment-to-moment learning, my focus predominantly in these discussions is on the information processing that takes place in learners' brain. From the moment, you know, and that's very important moment. And again, it links to the question that was asked before about how do we engage, how do we motivate, what do we do to actually get students, you know, to learn in that distance mode, is gaining attention. So attention as part of the information processes. Getting the attention is clearly linked with then motivation to continue to process the new information, construct or embed the new information, new learning into existing sort of networks of knowledge that students already have. If they do that well during the encoding, so that's moment to moment, analyzing, well, you know, what helps me to learn more, better, to remember longer? That has immediate sort of influence on sort of during working memory sort of processing, but on long-term memory and how the information is organized in the long-term memory, then for easy access when students need to get back the information from it. So that's moment to moment, how to learn to remember more, to understand better, to engage with what I know better, to make connections with other things that I know and are around me.
Okay. So that is it, Dr. Mirella Vera. So there are a lot to consider in foreign languages, in the learning of foreign languages, yeah, especially face-to-face and also distant contacts, yeah. Okay, thank you very much for those who have asked question, and also those who ask question but we haven't got time to ask that to Dr. Mirella Vera. Thank you, Mirella, for being here, for being with us. I miss you and I miss Flinders.
Well, hopefully I miss you too, and hopefully when the flights start going back and forth, we will catch up at some point. Thank you so much, everyone, for listening, for your wonderful questions. Thank you again to the organizers, and thank you, Vianti and Sofendi, and all my friends that I had in Indonesia and in Adelaide.
Okay, thank you, Mirella. So I'll see you and I'll see you then. Thank you. Yeah. Okay. Bye.
Thank you very much, Mirella. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Siap-siap sana ya.
All right. I'd like to extend my gratitude to Dr. Mirella Vera and Dr. Madhura Vianti. Well, all the participants of the 4th SULE-IC 2020, after the 2 interesting sessions before, now we are going to continue to the 3rd presentation session, and I'm going to invite the moderator for this session. Please welcome Weni Dwi Pratiwi MSc. For Weni Dwi Pratiwi MSc, the Zoom floor is yours.
Alright, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning from Indonesia, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to another keynote session with me, Weni Dwi Pratiwi, as moderator. As previous keynote sessions, we would like to invite you to participate by posting questions in the chat box, and we will read them in a Q&A session. With me today is the Professor in English Education Study Program, Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Sriwijaya University. Good morning, Professor Sofendi. Thank you for being here with us today. And please give me some time to inform you short curriculum vitae of our keynote speaker today. Professor Sofendi, MA, PhD, is the Dean of Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Sriwijaya University. He holds PhD in Education, London University, England, completed in 1999. He holds Master of Art in English Teaching from Warwick University, England, completed in 1991. From the same university, he holds postgraduate diploma in English Teaching and Administration, completed in 1990. He graduated from Sriwijaya University in English Teaching, completed in 1986. Currently, he is the chairman of Indonesian Dean Association of Faculty of Teacher Training and Education. He also a founder of Independent Accreditation Board of Education in Indonesia. He also a vice chairman of Indonesian Training Teacher Profession Association. Now he is a professor in English Education Study Program, Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Sriwijaya University. Today, he will speak on framing new model teaching practice in Industrial Revolution 4.0 for in-service English teachers engaging in teacher profession education program. Please help me welcome Professor Sofendi, MA, PhD. The Zoom floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Winnie, the moderator. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everybody, and good afternoon to Marilla, because I know in Adelaide it is in the afternoon, and Ryan might have been sleeping now. In Logan, it is midnight. Thank you very much for your presentation, Marilla. I love it. I enjoy it. Okay. I miss you. Hopefully we can see each other next year once the pandemic is over. Okay. Thank you very much. Now today, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to talk about teacher profession program. I want to know their views on how they have online classes. But before I talk about this one, I'd like to overview what happens in Indonesia about teacher profession program. In the past, we had undergraduate program for training the candidates of teachers. Once they have completed their undergraduate program, they are ready to be teachers either at kindergarten, primary schools, junior high schools, and senior high schools. And then by the year of 2008, Indonesian government, in this case Ministry of Education, launched teacher profession program only for teachers, those who have not certificate as teachers. From 2008 to 2017, the teacher profession program was held offline. It means in face-to-face classrooms. Then from 2017 to last year, 2019, this teacher profession program was held through blended learning. And then this year is quite different. So all are online. This is due to COVID-19 pandemic. So these changes, of course, were affect the teacher profession program in Indonesia, and also affects the teacher's view in joining the teacher profession program. Now in Indonesia, teacher profession program was held and now is held through centralized program. It means the Ministry of Education determines who will join the teacher profession program, of course through entrance test to this program. So it is not one package, undergraduate one package, and then teacher profession program is one package. In Indonesia, we have pre-service teacher training program, and we also have in-service teacher training program. Now, what I'm going to talk about this one is about in-service teacher profession program. Now, the title of this presentation, that's Framing New Model Teaching Practice in Industrial Revolution 4.0 for in-service English teacher engaging in teacher profession program in Indonesia. Of course, it is a small scale research. The research was held at Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Sriwijaya University. In Indonesia, there are 468 universities run teacher profession program. Among 480 universities run teacher training. So not all universities run the teacher training program, teacher profession program. Now, in line with this condition, starting this year, last year many people talk about industrial revolution, but less people did their work based on technology. But starting this year, many people talk and more people do their jobs on the basis of technology, just because pandemic COVID-19 not providing us to work face to face. Therefore, there's no other way this year. The teaching and learning process as well should be held through online. Now, the fourth industrial revolution shall say how technologies like artificial intelligence, autonomous vehicles, and the Internet of Things are merging with human physical lives. It means we do our jobs, for example in teaching and learning, we are side by side with technology. We cannot do the teaching and learning process nowadays by neglecting the technology. Next slide. Due to the existence of Industrial Revolution 4.0, of course, it changes our lives in many sectors. For example, our future career development, and many things, just because of the influence Industrial Revolution 4.0. It means all things are influenced by the technology. Now it is a must for everybody for the future. It means that the traditional work or the traditional jobs may be left behind later on, and technology-based work or job may emerge in the future. It means that everybody should cope with this development of technology. The next slide, please. There is another one, claims, for example, help and his friends. The digital competencies are the unavoidable landmarks of education of today and the future. Therefore, as with other professions in other sectors, being familiar with digital tools and processes, mastering them, and constantly updating them are now the components of teaching professions. It means the teaching and learning should be also based now on technology, including what we have in Indonesia, teacher profession program. Now this year, everybody knows, because of COVID-19 pandemic, we have to be innovative, we have to be creative, and this pandemic require us to do some changes that we, most of us, do now. For example, work from home, also study from home. We have to use online teaching instead of offline teaching from kindergarten to universities. Also, we need platform, online platform in running the teaching learning process. It means we have to use online teaching platforms. There are many available teaching platforms. Some of them, for example, Zoom, Google Meet, and others. Or even we can create our own platforms to run the teaching and learning process. Now, in line with teacher profession program in Indonesia, starting this year, it is based on totally online teaching. It means that we use technology platform, internet platform to run the teaching and learning process. It also means that the students and teachers are far away, and it also happens to teacher profession program in Indonesia. So all teacher profession programs in Indonesia run by 68 universities based on online teaching. Now in Indonesia, teaching profession program, or we recognize in Indonesia, is more popular. We use Indonesian term, program Pendidikan Profesi Guru. In English, we recognize teaching profession program. This program is to help Indonesian teachers obtain or getting the teacher certificate, which is one of the requirements that the Indonesian teachers have to have, as stated in Indonesia government regulation number 74 2008. It means the teachers, either the existing teachers or future teachers, have to have certificates in order that they are qualified for being teachers or for teaching at schools. Therefore, the Ministry of Education and Culture in Indonesia run the free service and in-service teaching or teacher profession program. In-service teacher programs, all students are teachers, but they have not got the certificates yet. And pre-service profession program is for undergraduate alumni who wants to be teachers, have to join the teacher profession program in order they can get the certificates, and then they are qualified for teaching at schools or being teachers. Now we talk about the curriculum. The curriculum of teacher profession program in Indonesia. The point is, I just quoted from the ministry decree. It is written in Indonesian language, but the point is, the curriculum is designed to prepare or to educate the teachers or the future teachers to be professional teachers, of course with some requirements. The requirements, for example, in Indonesia, because we recognize we have Pancasila, 5 principle, it means all teachers have to believe in one God. Also, this curriculum requires the future teachers or teachers to have qualified competencies in order they can teach at schools, as well as the student of this program should also have skills in ICT or technology in order they can use the technology for helping the students in running the teaching and learning process. Now, again, because of the COVID-19, of course, we have to run social distancing, including the teacher profession program. We have to run this program online. So therefore, we recognize the full online teaching and learning through what we recognize in Indonesia, LMS, Learning Management System. Now, through this system, the teachers teaching and the students learn through this online system. Now, let's focus on the core of this presentation. As I told you earlier, that this is a small-scale research focused on the views of teacher profession program students. I would like to see what their views are in running the teaching and learning activities through internet platform, for example, LMS and Zoom and others. Now, the report presents the in-service teacher point of view concerning the integration of technology, especially within the context of the teaching practice activities, which is now referred to new model teaching practice, because this new model teaching practice has been tried out this year, and of course, as new teaching model might not work properly. This model might come across with some technical problems. Now, the setting and the participants of the research. The participants are all teacher profession program students at Sriwijaya University, and they are joining the in-service English teachers at UNSRI, Sriwijaya University. So it means they are all teachers and they are all English teachers, but they have not got any certificate yet. Therefore, they join this teacher profession program in order they can get the certificate when they have completed the program. Now, the way I collected the data, I use written structure interview through sending the participants Google form. So the questions were written in Google Forms, and I sent the Google Forms to all teacher profession programs at Sriwijaya University. Now the focus of analysis, the focus on the content. So I just looked at the contents of the respondents' view. Now the results of this small scale research, because in the past, early this year, some people assume that teachers might reject the technology. But through this small scale research, the fact that all students, all teacher profession program students or teachers join the teacher profession program, all have positive attitude toward technology integration. Yes, of course, at the beginning they had problems. They had to learn how to use the technology, LMS, but a few days later they were satisfied and they were happy using the internet platform in joining or learning at teacher profession program. So there is no problem for the teachers to use technology in their classrooms. That's a good news for us. However, in Indonesia, we still have, in some places, poor internet connection, because these students, not only from South Sumatra province, these students, some from Batam Island, far away from Palembang, some from Jambi province, and also some from Bengkulu province. It's been out of South Sumatra province, and some of them live in cities, and some of them live far away from the cities. So the main problem of these students, in their view, that the main problem is internet connection. They sometimes difficult to get high internet connection in their area. Therefore, this affects their teaching and learning. It affects their understanding what the teacher asked them or explained to them. So the main problem only the internet connection, but this is not all. This poor internet connection does not happen to all students. Only some of them in rural areas. Of course, if something happens in the big cities, for example, heavy rain, sometimes it affects the internet connection. But as a whole, all these teacher profession program in learning through LMS or through internet platform, they have come across with poor internet connection. So having done the small scale research, if you ask me why I did small scale research, because it is a centralized program in Indonesia. What we did and what we do at Sriwijaya University, the same as other universities do in Indonesia, because it is a program package from the Ministry of Education and Culture in Indonesia. Now, the conclusion that I can share with you from this small-scale research, both things, it means the attitudes and the internet connection are interwoven and linked. Technology integration may be interrupted by such a challenge as poor internet connection. Therefore, an alternative solution for overcoming this issue is worth doing, so that the participants of the teacher profession program can gain much more benefit from the new model of learning activity. What I suggest here, of course, now this internet platform runs roughly okay, but we still have problem in terms of internet connection. It means this model is not very satisfactory. We need to have a better model in order that the teacher profession program can run smoothly and the teacher can help the students properly, and the students of this program can also learn properly through the new model. So in short, this teacher profession program, so far so good, but of course still need more improvement in some ways in order that this teacher profession program can really suit the students' needs. That's more or less the students' view or the participants' view on the teacher profession program running in Indonesia through small scale at Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Sriwijaya University. I think that's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the great presentation, Professor Sofendi. So our speakers today had explained about new model teaching practice for in-service teachers. And the result is satisfying because the teaching practice show more positive attitude towards the learning. Although there was a few problem like poor internet connection. We still want to hear more about this research, this small-scale research. In this Q&A session, our speaker will explain more about this research. Now we are in the Q&A sessions. We have so many questions here. The first one is from Zaza Yulianti Amelia from Sriwijaya University. Nowadays, in the midst of pandemic, we know that students are already busy with bunch of online school stuff like homeworks, projects, and so on. So do you have any special tips for students on how to effectively manage their time to learn new language, especially in reading phrases to not translate it word by word? I'm translating these questions into, because this research is for in-service teachers, so it is especially for the in-service teachers, how they manage their time in this mode of learning.
Okay, thank you very much, Zaza. This is a good question, because all the students of this program are teachers, English teachers. It means their English is okay, but they need to learn more on pedagogical aspects and more practice. At the same time, these students also teach as teachers at their schools. Of course, time management will be crucial for them. So therefore, this program, through LMS program, there is less time to have online with the lecturers, but more time on their individual works. So by having this kind of program, the students, as this case also the teachers, they still have time to teach their students online at their schools. Of course, again, the problem because of the internet connection. So in terms of time management, so far there is no problem for the teacher profession program students in joining the program, as well as they teach at their own schools. Thank you.
Thank you for the answers. And also we want to have another questions from Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, from Haryati Aprilia Wahyuningsi. The question is, what is the impact of pandemic in teaching and learning process? Please explain good and the negative impacts.
Thank you, Aprilia from Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. Director is a friend of mine. If you meet him, please say my best regards to him. The impact of COVID-19 pandemic toward the teaching and learning process, of course, everybody now knows, because we cannot have what we recognize in the past, traditional teaching and learning activities. We cannot have offline teaching and learning process because we have to do the social distance. It means that there is no other way. We have to have distance learning and teaching. So there's the big impact that to the teachers. The teachers have to provide materials, have to provide ways of delivering their materials. The teacher have to think and to provide the ways how to assess or evaluate the teaching and learning activities they have done, as well as the student. They have to cope with this kind of situation. Of course, I still believe that offline teaching will be much better. But because of this pandemic, we have to run the teaching and learning process online. So the big impact is teachers and students have to have online teaching and learning
process or activities, including consultation and other extracurricular activities, have to be online. We sometimes need time to cope with this kind of situation or condition, but we have no other ways for meantime because of this COVID-19 pandemic. I think that's all, Aprilia. Thank you very much.
Okay. And the next questions is related to the previous questions about the impact of the pandemic new model of teaching practice. The question is from Adinda Shafa Safira from Sriwijaya University. Do you have suggestion for the teachers about the method or approaches that can be used effectively to make lessons meaningful for students?
Okay, thank you very much, Safira. One thing that we have to remember, either teachers, particular for the teachers, teaching online or online teaching does not mean that the teachers give their students many assignments, then the student do the assignments at home, then submit the assignments to the teachers. Not in that way. Online teaching method or approach more or less the same as offline teaching. It means it is expected more interaction and less assignment, because you can think that if one student should learn, for example, many courses, let's say 7 courses, what happens if all lecturers or teachers give the student assignments? It means there are 7 assignments a week. Of course, they cannot cope with this kind of situation. It means online teaching, still the teachers are required to do the interaction in the online classroom, and also the teachers try to avoid assignments. So question and answer or discussion can be held through interaction online. So by having this one, hopefully the students have more time to cope with other courses and have time to enjoy their life, because the student don't need to spend their whole life, their whole time only to learn the courses, as well as the teachers. The more assignments the teacher give to their students, it means the more time the teacher have to devote it to the assignments, because they have to check and recheck the assignments. So I suggest online teaching and learning, we try to avoid the assignments, or maybe we may offer some assignment only, simple assignments, does not require more time, more effort for students to learn, because everybody is busy online. So having this kind of interaction, more interaction online will be much better. So it means the way teaching and learning activities happen in online classrooms more or less the same as in offline classrooms. But of course, how the teachers design the materials, how the teachers design the learning materials, that should be modified to suit the models of internet platform teaching. I think that's more or less. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Professor. So I agree to your statement that this online or virtual learning does not mean that the teachers should give more and more assignment, that students will end up overwhelmed because of this too many assignments given by the teachers. So teachers should give more platform or to to do the not to face and to face, but more interactions with the students. And another question from Putri Sari Dewi. The question is, as we know, because of the pandemic and we have to apply online education, we can apply the strategy of education very well, like in offline classroom. So what do you think? If there is no pandemic anymore, is it good to apply online system education permanently? That's a question from Putri Sari Devi.
Thank you very much, Putri. Hopefully, COVID-19 pandemic ends soon, so we can have normal life again. Everybody hopes that one. Hopefully, in the near future, no more COVID-19 pandemic, so we can have normal life as well as normal or offline teaching and learning activities. But when the pandemic is over, then should we neglect? Should we forget the online classrooms? I think no. Okay. Of course, there are benefits if we have offline classes or offline teaching and learning activities. Also, we also have benefits if we run the teaching and learning activities or process online. But could be the core one, if the pandemic is over, the core one is offline teaching and learning activities, but it will be such kind of enrichment. We can enrich the teaching and learning process through adding some meetings held online. So online teaching and learning activities support the offline teaching and learning activities, because the online teaching and learning activities, the students can explore many things. The teacher can explore many things. There is no, I can say, there is no boundary about exploring the materials. Of course, if it is offline, we can also still use technology in the classroom, but maybe it's not as dynamic, it's not as flexible as if we have online teaching learning activities. So once the pandemic COVID-19 is over, we use offline teaching and learning activities, and this will be enriched by adding some online teaching and learning activities. So it means that these both run side by side, because we in the future we cannot avoid the technology as a teacher as well as a student to run the teaching and learning activities. I think in that way, Putri, thank you very much.
Yeah, I think the online teaching and learning should be supplement to the face-to-face teaching and learning. And we have questions that's slightly different from the previous questions from Merta Septiani Unsri from Sriwijaya University. How does teacher profession program affect teachers' career life? In fact, to be teacher in state schools, the candidate must take CPNS computer assisted test without this teacher profession certification. That's the question from Merta Septiani.
Okay, thank you very much, Septiani. What in Indonesia, what the undergraduate students do
the scope of materials, more or less such kind of introduction. The students learn the subject contents. The students also learn, for example, the pedagogical aspects, but they have less time to do the practice. In our curriculum, in undergraduate program, more content subjects than pedagogical aspects. Therefore, for teacher profession program, the materials more on pedagogical aspects and teaching practice. So, when the students have completed the undergraduate program, it means they have good mastery of the subject area and have some knowledge on pedagogical aspects. Once they go to teacher profession program, they have more on pedagogical aspects. Not they learn this aspect theoretically, but they also learn this aspect through practice. So it means this teacher profession program requires the student not only to master the content area as well as pedagogical aspects area or theoretical aspects of pedagogical aspects, but also they are capable, they are able, or they have competencies how to implement the content subject as well as pedagogical aspects in the classroom. So the focus is on this implementation. So therefore, hopefully by having completed the teacher profession program, the alumni of this program have mastered or have competencies in their subject area, in their pedagogical aspect, as well as they know they have competencies how to implement the content subject as well as the pedagogical aspects in the real classroom. Therefore, the Indonesian government requires the teachers to have the certificate through joining the teacher profession program in order that they are qualified, they are professionals as teachers in Indonesia. Thank you, Sofendi.
Thank you, Professor Sofendi. I am amazed because there are so many questions, but we are sorry that we cannot read all your questions because we only have 10 minutes left. So I'm choosing one of the good questions here from Riana Febrianti from SMP N4. The question is how to minimize the gap between online teaching learning in rural areas and urban areas. The gap happens because of the poor internet connections. How do you respond to that, Professor Sofendi?
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Febrianti. This is a crucial question and hardly answer. Why? Because online teaching and learning depends mostly on the internet connection. Now, unfortunately in Indonesia, we have problems on this internet connection. As we know, in Indonesia, there are some internet providers, but some areas have strong internet connections, and other areas have weak internet connection. Not only in rural areas as well as urban areas. Sometimes in those areas, some parts of those areas have strong internet connections and the others have weak internet connection. Now the question, how can we overcome this problem? Now this is much more depending on the teacher's method, how they handle, how they teach their students online. It means that if most students have poor internet connections, that could be the teachers should design the teaching materials a little bit more details. It means the teacher does not need to explain the materials orally to the students. Once the teacher has delivered the detailed teaching materials, the students can learn the materials at home. Once they have downloaded the materials, they can read it carefully and they do, for example, whatever the assignments the teacher asked them to do. Once they have done it, then they send it through internet again. So having this kind of teaching and learning materials, the teachers and students can avoid using the internet fully. So they can just adjust the materials, either teaching materials and learning materials. So by having more details teaching materials and simpler learning materials, the use of internet can be not eliminated, but at least the time exposure to the internet can be decreased. It means that the student still learn the teaching material from the teachers once they have downloaded the materials, and the student can also do the learning materials, as well as the student can also send the assignments to the teachers in order the teacher can check and recheck and assess and evaluate the students' work. So I think if we have poor internet connection, but at the same time we have to use online teaching, it means the teaching and learning process we have to think about, the teacher have to think about they use less internet. But it doesn't mean that to lower the quality of the teaching and learning activities. So this kind of strategy that the teachers can do if they have poor internet connection. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Sofendi. We have so many good questions here, but we're sorry because of the time we cannot answer all of the questions. So it is the time to end this keynote session. Thank you, Professor Sofendi, for sharing, for being here with us today. Thank you for all the participants for the questions and all the comments. Maybe we can meet some time to talk about this later. So thank you for all the people here. I'm ending the session by wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Winnie. Thank you very much, everybody, for joining this session.
Alright, please accept my deepest gratitude for Professor Sofendi and Weni Dwi Pratiwi MSc. Dear all the participants of the 4th SULE-IC 2020, the next agenda is the special performance of Ya Saman dance from the students of Early Childhood Education, Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Sriwijaya University. This performance is specially given for you. Please welcome Ya Saman dance.
Janganlah lupa melihat abang, cantik rupa penyabar dan baik hati. Adek manis berambut panjang dikuncit kepang, beli kalipu banyu batang hari 9, mengalir gombong ke sungai Musi Jugong. Elok laku ngai si rupa cinta menawan, muat kakak siang terkenang malam terjaga. Pulau Kemarau melasungi Musi kesungsang, tak ke Pusi lanjut tersasar ke Kalidoni. Badan sarap pikiran ngesati terguncang, ngarep ke adek kalau begala jadi bini. Ayah sama, pecahnya muda tapi saronian. Ayah sama, jadi bini yang benar-benar soan. Ayah sama, pecahnya muda tapi saronian. Ayah sama, jadi bini yang benar-benar soan. Ayah sama, pecahnya muda tapi saronian. Ayah sama, nyari bini yang benar-benar soan. Ayah sama, pecahnya muda tapi saronian. Ayah sama, nyari bini yang benar-benar soan. Ayah sama, ya sama, ya sama, ya sama.
What a great and interesting performance of Ya Salman dance from students of Early Childhood Education, Faculty of Teacher Training in Education, Sriwijaya University. We hope that all the participants enjoy and love the performance. Now, dear all the participants of the 4th SULE-IC 2020, the next plenary session will begin at 1 p.m. West Indonesian time. So please enjoy your break time while watching videos provided by the committee. See you at 1 p.m. for West Indonesian time. Thank you.
Dikaitan itu nggak ada 12 jenis kelas gimana?
Bikin terbang dari dulu ke 70 berapa? Kan kawan-kawan.
I am the people. That all the great work of God is done through me. I am the working man, the inventor, the maker of the world's food and clothes. I am the audience. The comes from me and the Lincolns. They die. And then I send for more Napoleons and Lincolns. I am the seed ground. I am a prairie that will stand for much plowing terrible storms pass over me. I forget. The best of me is sucked out and wasted. I forget. Everything but death comes to me and makes me work and give up what I have, and I forget. Sometimes I growled, shake myself and spatter a few red drops for history to remember. Then I forget. And I, the people, learn to remember. When I, the people, use the lessons of yesterday and forget who robbed me last year, who played me for a fool then. There will be no speaker in all the world saying the name the people, with any flag of sneer in his voice and any far smile of derision. The mob, the crowd, the mass will arrive then.
Di dasar sungai Musi yang dalam terdapat sebuah keluarga kecil ikan belia. Di pagi hari yang cerah ini, Lida, si ikan belia, akan meminta izin kepada ibunya untuk pergi bermain. Ibu, hari ini aku pergi bermain ya. Ibu pun menjawab, kalau pergi bermain, hati-hati ya Lida, karena banyak di luar sana yang menginginkan kita, yang lingkungan kita. Itu adalah pesan Ibu Lida. Kemudian Lida pun menjawab dengan penuh semangat. Tenang Ibu, Lida adalah anak yang pemberani. Lida akan menjaga keutuhan keluarga kita. Kemudian Ibu pun mengizinkan. Baiklah kalau begitu, hati-hati ya Lida. Lida pun pergi dengan semangat. Baiklah Ibu, aku pergi dulu. Lida pun berjalan menyusuri sungai Musi. Di tengah asiknya Lida berjalan, Lida bertemu dengan Giri, si ikan tenggiri. Hai Giri. Hai Lida, kamu mau pergi kemana? bermain, tiba-tiba mereka dikagetkan dengan suara ombak yang sangat besar. Si Giri pun ketakutan dan berteriak-teriak. Tidak, bagaimana ini? Aku sangat takut. Aku tidak ingin terbawa ombak itu. Aku sangat takut, tidak. Kemudian Lida pun meyakinkan si Giri. Tenang Giri, ada Lida di sini. Lida adalah ayam pemberani. Kita akan mencari tempat tersembunyi untuk kita berlindung. Akhirnya mereka pun berlindung di balik sebuah batu. Sampai mereka pun selamat, sampai tidak ada lagi ombak. Setelah itu mereka berdua pun melanjutkan bermain. Di tengah asyiknya mereka bermain, tiba-tiba ada sesuatu yang terjatuh dari atas. Dengan sigap, si Lida menangkap sesuatu itu. Lida tidak menyadari kalau yang ditangkapnya itu adalah sebuah kail. Giri pun yang menyadarinya berteriak-teriak ketakutan. Lida, bagaimana ini? Itu adalah kail. Bagaimana ini? Apa yang harus aku lakukan? Tolong, tolong. Adakah yang bisa menolong kami? Lida tuh takut kail. Tolong aku, tolong. Giri pun sambil menangis meminta tolong. Sedangkan si Lida yang terjebak kail berusaha meyakinkan si Giri. Tenang Giri, kamu tidak usah khawatir. Aku akan berusaha melepaskan diri dari kail ini. Kemudian Giri pun bilang kepada si Lida, bagaimana ini? Di sini tidak ada seorang pun yang bisa menolong. Aku takut kamu nanti akan terpancing. Giri pun menangis. Dia menangis ketakutan karena temannya akan terpancing. Tidak lama dari itu, kail itu pun perlahan-lahan naik ke atas. Sedangkan sang paman yang berada di tepi sungai bergumam, wah, hari ini aku mendapatkan ikan. Benar saja, kata paman. Dari atas air, Lida mulai muncul. Dan paman pun melihat. Wow, hari ini aku dapat ikan belida. Enak sekali. Untuk aku masak di rumah dan aku buat pempek kesukaanku. Kemudian Lida yang melihat paman pun memberanikan diri untuk berteriak kepada sang paman. Paman! Paman! Sang paman pun kaget. Siapa yang berteriak memanggilku? Siapa ya? Tidak ada seorang pun di sini. Kemudian Lida pun memberanikan diri lagi. Paman! Paman! Ini aku! Lida! Sikat Lida! Kata si Lida berteriak. Kemudian paman pun terkejut. Bagaimana mungkin ikan ini bisa berbicara? Kemudian Lida pun berteriak lagi. Paman, tolong lepaskan aku. Aku tidak ingin dijadikan bahan makanan, paman. Paman yang mendengar suara Lida pun masih terheran-heran, masih kaget. Bagaimana bisa seekor ikan belida bisa berbicara? Ikan ini sungguh aneh. Ikan ini bisa berbicara padaku. Kemudian belida pun berteriak sangat kuat lagi. Paman, kasihanilah aku, paman. Di sini di Sungai Musi sudah sangat sedikit ikan belida dan aku pun menjadi salah satunya. Aku hanya ingin hidup tenang, paman. Aku tidak ingin populasi kami terancam, apalagi punah. Tolonglah aku, paman. Paman yang mendengar suara itu pun seketika tersadar sudah sangat sedikit ikan belida. Bahkan sekarang ada tugu yang berlambangkan ikan belida. Paman pun yang mendengar itu seketika berpikir, benar juga, sekarang ikan belida sangat sedikit. Aku tidak ingin di sungai besi ini tidak ada lagi ikan belida. Kemudian Lida pun berteriak kembali kepada sang paman. Paman, tolong lepaskan aku. Aku tidak ingin jadi bahan makanan, paman. Tolong aku. Kemudian paman yang melihat Lida pun merasa kasihan. Lida juga paman berpikir, dia tidak ingin ikan belida ini menjadi punah. Dan akhirnya paman pun melepaskan Lida dan Lida pun terbebas sekarang.
such a bed to wake up on the ground. Tell me what we even doing now, 'cause nothing left to make me wanna stick around. Whoa, holding on any longer, I need to let go. Without you I am stronger. I can feel my heartbeat now. I can feel my heartbeat now.
Kecil-kecil rasanya merem, masuk ke mulut, batunya berjam, mertua lewat masih ditelan. Kecil keras sudah biasa, rasa pahit ilahnya terasa. Digoreng pakai minyak kelapa, jadi nambah lemak rasanya. Oleh, oleh.
belanja sama cukupnya kita makan bersama-sama.
Ku bujang tak bertanya tua bangka andanya hendak gadis gala oh disangka gadis tergila disangka aku disangka aku disangka berbuat sangka sangka loceng belang, di situ rumah aku. Coba bilang jaga batu, di mana loceng belang, di situ rumah aku. Kapal api masuk Palembang, banyunya tenang jadi gelombang. Oi mak mano ati dah bimbang.
Sriwijaya University is a state university located in South Sumatra, precisely in the city of Palembang, which is the second largest city in Sumatra, famous for its iconic umbrella bridge and Musi River. Sriwijaya University has two spirit campuses. The first one is located in Palembang and it was officially inaugurated by the first President of Republic of Indonesia, Insinyur Soekarno, on the 3rd of November 1960. And the second campus is located in Indralaya, Ogan Ilir district. This was inaugurated by President Soeharto on March 6, 1997.
Sriwijaya University is one of the biggest public universities in Indonesia, with student body of 30,000 distributed across 10 faculties and graduate programs. Sriwijaya University has a vision to become a leading research-based university with excellent competencies in science, technology, and art. Currently, Sriwijaya University continues to grow up in all fields of sciences. In academic areas, improvement spotted by IT-based teaching, learning process, and quality studies. I am very pleased to invite you to become our partners in research collaboration, joint academic process, work on services and development.
Sriwijaya University students come from various corners of the country and abroad consists of diploma, graduate, postgraduate, professions, specialists, and doctor. Faculty of Economics. Faculty of Law. Faculty of Engineering. Faculty of Medicine. Faculty of Agriculture. Faculty of Teacher Training and Education. Faculty of Social and Political Sciences. Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences.
Welcome back to all the keynote speakers moderators, and all the participants of the 4th Sriwijaya University Learning and Education International Conference, SULE-IC 2020. After the short break before, now it is the time for us to continue the next plenary session of SULE-IC 2020. To begin the 4th session, I'm going to invite the moderator for this session. Please welcome Erlina MPD MED. For Erlina MPD MED, the Zoom floor is yours.
Thank you, Nurul. Good afternoon, everyone from Indonesia. Distinguished guests, speakers, and participants of the 4th SULE-IC 2020. We are now in the 4th plenary sessions of this conference. Please welcome Professor Eero Tapaniropo, PhD from Tampere University, Finland. Good morning, Professor Eero. Hello, Professor Eero. Yeah, I think your speaker is still mute, so you need to unmute your speaker, I think. Yeah, still mute, I think, Professor.
Now.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Good morning.
Thank you very much for inviting me here. Yeah.
It's a pleasure for us to have you here now, Professor. Okay, so how are you today?
I'm fine. Yeah, it's an early morning here, but good afternoon to you.
Yes, it's now 1 p.m. in Indonesia, in Palembang. So it's a good time for you then.
Yeah.
All right, so Professor Eero, welcome to the 4th SULE-IC International Conference. It's been a great honor for us to have you here as one of the keynote speakers. Distinguished guests, speakers, and participants, before Professor Eero starts his presentation, let us hear his brief biography about his great academic achievement. So Professor Eero Tapaniropo is a professor in education, Faculty of Education and Culture, Tampere University from 2000 until 2019. Professor Eero is a professor in education. He received his PhD from Tampere University in 1984. He is a researcher for some important projects, such as Not Plus, Antakis, and some others. He has more than 20 doctoral supervisions at the University of Tampere starting from 2000 until 2019. He is also an experienced, officially appointed opponent of doctoral dissertation in some universities, such as University of Helsinki, Lapland, Kulu, and Turku between 1995 to 2020. He was also a visiting scholar from some research since 1996 until 2019. He is a member of Trust in Scientific and Scholarly Scientists and member in national and international expert groups. The latest position was in Vice Chair and Chair of the International Expert Groups in Finnish Publication Forum, in Psychology and Education Division from 2011 until 2016. Professor Eero is also a productive author in some reputable journals and also an editor-in-chief of scientific and scholarly journals and publication series, such as Administrative in Higher Education. He also frequently speaks in many international forums as a keynote speaker in Japan, China, and Indonesia. And today, Professor Eero will speak about narrativity in instructional communications. It's an interesting topic, isn't it? So now let's hear his great presentation shortly. And you are welcome to ask questions in the chat room. So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor Ero Tapaniropo. Professor Ero, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. And selamat sore. Good afternoon to everybody. I have an honor to be here. I've never been to your university, but I have visited several times in Aceh, Loksamau area, Banda Aceh, and been heading a master degree program in Biren, Aceh, from 2015 until 2017, where we had 30 teachers from 3 schools there in our program. That was finished in 2017, and 29 new master degree students were graduated from that program. So I'm really interested in this conference. I'm pretty much interested in the matters of Indonesian teacher education and Indonesian situation overall in terms of education. So it's really an honor to be here, to be invited into this conference. So thank you for this. And I have a couple of slides here concerning this narrativity in instructional communication. If we go to the next slide, as an introduction, I would say that this deals very much with the question of learning. My career is long enough so that I have seen and lived during all major learning theories, from behavioral theory to cognitive theory, constructivist theory, socio-constructivist theory, and now I'm pretty much interested in developing a new kind of theory based on narrativity. This long-term interest in learning, it originated in the USA, where I was a visiting scholar in 1984 to 85. My mentor and advisor after my doctorate was Professor Bob Glaser at the Learning Research and Development Center, University of Pittsburgh. And when we talked about major problems in teaching and learning, he asked me, what is my point, what is my opinion, what is the major problem? And I responded to him that I think it is the student motivation, how to motivate students to study and learn. And this was the kind of start for the lifelong interest in learning and teaching problems and how to enhance student learning. I still have the same question in my mind when I prepared this lesson, this presentation for you. I haven't solved the problem, but I think we are closing some kind of partial responses and understand better how complicated this question is. Narrativity is a narrative turn is a quite long-term paradigm in many fields. It started in literature research and literature after the Second World War in the 1950s and 60s. In the social sciences, it began in the 1970s. And this turn is grounded on understanding that narratives are everywhere, in every form of human life, not only in literature or art or movies or drama or theater, but also in our lives. So politics, history, religions, cultural practices, life stories, these are all kind of a narrative. And of course, currently we are all following American elections and thinking about the narratives that the candidates are presenting to us. Okay, in the next slide. This narrative turn was very much based on the ideas in the 1970s, and I have taken this quote from Barthes and Doucet from 1975, in which they just remind us about the narrative forms in the world. So language, oral, written, pictures, movies, gestures, dance, narrative is present in every myth, legend, fables, tales, short stories, and so on. Public life is very much narrative, and this is of course based on the idea that constructivist and socio-constructivist paradigm also shares or has originated from there, that we don't have a direct access to reality, but reality is represented and interpreted in our minds. So narrative is the result of something that we cannot express in other ways. I have many times told my students that language is a very good way of expressing meanings, but still many times we feel that it is not specific enough to use only language, but we have to use other ways of expressing the meanings, because meanings directly are not verbal and are not easy to interpret in the way that somebody else understands them in the same way as we are. So in our history we have a lot of examples of different kind of stories and different kind of legends and fables and tales. In Finland we talk about Kalevala, which is a kind of national heritage from the earlier generations. It has been told orally from generation to generation until 1830s when it was written by some scholars. Okay, we can continue now to the next slide. Although we understand that narrativity is very popular and common and almost present everywhere in our lives, it is still neglected in education. And that's why I'm thinking that maybe in the future decades this paradigm will be more popular and will gain more popularity among the research also, when we understand better human communication and human knowledge and knowledge creation. This is very much neglected in education, in curriculum and understanding learning. To me, curriculum is very much a narrative. It's a political narrative. It is a cultural narrative. It can be also interpreted historically. Whenever we choose something, whenever we choose goals and aims and objectives for learning, it is based on some kind of narrative understanding of the world and of ourselves. In this understanding of knowledge, I think it's crucial and now very common, fortunately, that this interpretational aspect of knowledge has become more well known and acknowledged. So we understand that knowledge is not human knowledge is not something which is only facts, but it is in a way stamped with our own autobiography, our own life history. It's in a way stamped with our expectations of the future, and in those interpretations that we make outside world, also the social community and the culture is heard, like Bakhtin has told in his famous writings. So in this paper, I will talk shortly about 5 points: narratives and stories as concepts, nature and scientific knowledge and curricula as narratives, and then subject matter specific narratives, narrative nature of learning, and narrative identity. These are all written in the paper, which is written by myself and my colleague Sari Yrjänä. It was published earlier this year, so you can share it later and read it later. Next slide, please. So when we are thinking about instructional communication, I think we have to assume that that communication is always narrative. That what we are talking as students or teachers, it is our interpretation, our own narrative of the knowledge base that we are referring to. Whether it is science, chemistry, history, we always have some kind of a narrative behind what we are talking about. We base these narratives on facts, but also very much beliefs. And these beliefs and the assumptions and hypotheses that we have in our communication are based very much on our own life history, social community, cultural, historical context, and this applies to everyone, even researchers and scientists. I'm not going into detail of thinking about curriculum as a grand narrative, but it is pretty obvious that different countries and nations, when they are constructing and developing curriculum, it is a political narrative in a sense that we want to enhance certain political goals through education. It is historical. It is based on cultural traditions, cultural heritage, and so on. Curriculum is a grand narrative. In Finnish current curriculum, I think one of the big plots big ideas is that we are individuals, and the curriculum has to increase the agency of people as individuals, individual learners. And of course, there's this narrative of creating or educating good workers, good citizens for the nation to follow the values that has been spelled out in the first pages of curriculum. Narrative is also a very ontological concept. I will come to this later on, and also come to this epistemological concept, narrative learning process. So next one, please. So what is narrative and what is story? We sometimes use these concepts of story and narrative interchangeably as synonyms. Many researchers define them differently, so that story is a kind of chronological sequence of events, and it is memorized or encoded into our memory system. These events are there, stamped with a time and place, and we tell this story through different narratives. So we verbalize this story with verbal description. We can draw a picture, and that's another form of verbalizing or spelling out the story. We explicate the story with a dance, movement, body, and so on. So narrative can take different forms at the same time when the story is in a encoded form in our memory. So narratives can be described as different representations of the story. Written stories, of course, written narratives are the most common, and I already mentioned this Kalevala nationally important story of the Finnish people. Of course, Bible, Quran are also kind of narratives, religious narratives that we are referring to. So this is the basis for understanding the concepts. To me, teaching and instruction is in a way narrative discourse, because teachers use their own narratives about subject matters, and students have their own narratives of those same phenomena that we are talking about and trying to teach them. So this narrative discourse is a kind of way of expressing and offering, like teachers offering his or her narratives about the phenomenon to students, and then students interpret that narrative from their own perspectives. Sometimes understanding totally, accepting totally, but very often also disagreeing and misunderstanding. So the meanings that are in which the narrative is based on are not always easily transferred from teacher narrative to student narratives. So it would be helpful to understand that this kind of instructional communication is very complicated process actually. So next slide, please. What has been really important for me is this quite deep understanding of narrative nature of existence. This is my understanding is based on this book by Hanna Meretoja, who is a literature professor at the University of Turku in Finland. Her book, The Narrative Turn in Fiction and Theory, has a very important paragraphs, important message, which I accept as a basis for my understanding of narrativity. So she's talking about literature, but I'm referring to understanding the world from the little bit larger context. So we acknowledge that not only cognitive understanding, but how we exist in this world is a complex existential relevance of narrative. So when this ontology is a philosophical term referring to existence, so we accept this idea that narratives are really important for our being in the world and understanding ourselves. So one of the basic ontological questions that I quite often remind my students of is this same question, that or those two questions: what are there outside of me, and who am I? Very basic questions. Both are based on narratives. I have narratives about myself, and I have narratives about the outside world. And so my relationship to reality is interpretational. It is subjective and interpretational. I know about outside world only through the narratives that I create out of this outside world. And epistemologically, how knowledge is created, we use these narratives also to experience and interpret reality, to create meanings and make meaningful order into the experiences. And it has quite often said that these are very innate forms of human cognition, that we create the meanings and try to put them into order in our experiences. Next one, please. In narrative theory in education origins from the 1980s. And of course we have to mention Jeremy Bruner, quite famous education psychologist, who was theorizing on different forms of knowledge, paradigmatic knowledge and narrative knowledge. And his thinking was that the human self is also a narrative, a story. It is quite a different conception than Erickson, for instance, had earlier about human self and identity. So this idea by Bruner is based on life stories and reconstruction of life stories during the life. So his method was to interview people about themselves and their lives, and he saw that these autobiographical narratives are very good source for understanding who people are or who people think they are. And of course, in our own understanding of our own life and own identity at least to me, it is clear that our interpretations of ourselves, our identity also changes. And sometimes it changes because I reflect myself, and so I make a different kind of decision. Who am I? But very often, and with children and young people, teachers are also offering kind of identities to them. Who are you in terms of mathematics learning? Are you very good in that? Are you poor in that and not very good in mathematics or some other subject? We are always offering in this narrative discourse kind of positions to other people, and this positioning is very important concept in the sense that how we want to position other people in terms of their thinking about themselves, for instance. Positive positioning is always encouraging people, how good they are, how well they have been doing, and what kind of great future they may have because of this. Negative positioning is other way around. So paradigmatic and narrative knowledge is in a way combined in human knowledge. Narrative knowledge is very much place and time related, so we remember where and when something happened. Paradigmatic knowledge is pure facts, theories that sometimes we don't know where and in which situation we learned those. So in human understanding, facts and beliefs, facts and our own interpretations are mixed, and sometimes it is very difficult to say what is true in one's understanding. It is personally and individually true, but from outside point of view, from somebody else's point of view, it can be untrue. So self-identity as narratives is very much appreciated in this theorizing, and the whole idea that we mixed knowledge and identity comes from Bruner. That is, I think, the point that is very important in narrative knowledge and understanding narrative learning, that knowledge and identity really relate to each other. I come to that a little bit later. One idea is also from Bruner and many other researchers that we don't have only one narrative of ourselves, but we have multiple narratives. So sociologists have emphasized that people have multiple identities because they can tell different kind of stories of themselves, and these different stories relate to different roles. For instance, at home, in hobbies, at work, professional identity may be quite different than the story that I tell about myself in terms of hobbies. So, next one. So, when we are thinking about the subject matter communication and curriculum, we can see that the narrativity is very much present in curriculum and subject matter communication. There are quite a lot of criticism, for instance, towards textbook writers and authors and publishers, for instance, because of some kind of Eurocentrism in the texts. We can see it here. I'm not sure how it is reflected in Indonesian education, but this Eurocentrism, that everything is originally from Europe, is very much present in history texts, for instance, and it is typical that these kind of narratives take some kind of political or ideological positions in favor of certain kind of interpretations of events and causality. And particularly social sciences and history teaching seems to be vulnerable to this kind of effects. Another point which makes narrative in a way present in the classroom interaction is kind of a way of working, for instance. Some researchers have emphasized that kind of rational culture is very much narrative of the culture. So if the classroom emphasizes rationality, rational thinking, it comes from the cultural traditions. In Western schools, in Finnish schools, kind of agency is very much emphasized, that students become agents, that they are able to work independently. They have some kind of action competence, and collectivist thinking is not that much present anymore. This is also a narrative that can be found in the classroom cultures. Narratives are also very persuasive in a way that they have a lot of power. That can be seen how much different movies and series, TV series, for instance, drama series, attract people. There is a special term, narrative transportation, that describes this effect that when we are, for instance, watching a movie, that narrative in that movie transports us mentally in a different world, so that we are part of the lives of these characters in the movie. For instance, we become empathetic. We are feeling emotions that are same that these people are feeling. So the narrative is very effective in transporting us to something else from our own reality. That's why I think in instructional communication, narratives also have a lot of power. And of course, if the message and plot is educational, then it is very helpful to use this kind of instruction. Okay, next one.
Prof. Ero, I think your time is 5 minutes left.
How many minutes? How many minutes do I have? Okay,
We still have
I have
question and answer session after this. Yeah.
Couple of slides left. I just remind that narrative learning is a narrative construction and reconstruction, and then let's go to the next one. So in this slide, I'm I'm kind of cognitively describing how this learning process goes on, and it's based on interpretation, understanding, reflection, and experiences become out of that, and then meanings are collected into stories, and this is a way of doing it. Okay, next one. So it is also this identity construction which is important in narrativity, and I already said that in human knowledge, facts and beliefs are related very much to identity, to the autobiographical context, social context, and cultural context, and that way we are in a way stamping our knowledge with our own contextual interpretations. Okay, next one. So identity is very important in school teaching, and teacher's duty is, from that point of view, not only to teach the subject matters, but also affect positively to narratives that students have about themselves. That's the point of this slide, and that way we are actually creating motivation to learn when we encourage and empower students to develop an identity that is curious and motivated to learn. Next one, please. So my summary here is that we have a lot of challenges in understanding how instruction is working, how to communicate, but I still believe that narrative paradigm helps us and will help in future to make big leaps in developing instructional communication, from curricula to face-to-face sessions between teachers and students. So, terima kasih. Thank you very much.
Terima kasih, Prof. Ero. Okay, thank you very much, Prof. Ero, for your great presentations. So in a few words, I would like to say that narrative has been a very important part of our life. The fact that we always use narrative in many ways of our interaction and communications. But unfortunately, it has been neglected as an important part of a way in understanding language and its functions to clarify many things. Therefore, let's have a further discussions on how to make narrative becomes more popular as a tool to enhance a better understanding of many things in education and any other aspects of life. Okay, now we have a lot of questions here, Professor. I would like to start from the very first one. So we have a questions from from Zoom 3, from Baiduri, from Universitas Muhammadiyah Malang, from Java. So the question is, why the narrative is still neglected in education, and what will teachers do to solve this problem?
Very good question. Thank you. Thank you for this question. I think one of the problems in neglecting narratives is that we still have this understanding that teachers should teach pure knowledge, and that knowledge is really important, and this true knowledge, facts are important, and of course in testing and exams, which is very major business nowadays in the world, in different educational systems, it is very difficult to test individual interpretations and individual meanings, which are basis for narrative understanding and narrative learning. So it is easier to test memorizing facts and truths, and that's why I think this system keeps us focusing on more like memorization and knowledge acquisition as we understand it in a traditional way, and not appreciating narrative way of meaning making and meanings.
Okay, thank you very much. So it's the teacher who needs to play more important role then. Okay, Professor Ero, we have other questions from Zoom 3. It's from Irfan from University of Brunei Darussalam. The questions: for a narrative to happen, students should be able to interpret the story in their own way of thinking. For shy students or weak students, how can we persuade them to share their thoughts, especially in the time of pandemic, where waiting time is quite restricted for this type of students? We know that we need to give them a longer waiting time compared to the other students for us to be able to extract the information or story from them, especially in mathematics, where conceptual understanding is really important. Okay, so what do you think about these questions?
Well, I think this is a very major issue and problem, how to appreciate individuality in narrativity and narrative construction. I think teachers have been quite clever in history in developing ways, different ways of expressing meanings and letting students to express their meanings, not only verbal reports, but arts, music, dance, which I see in Indonesia, for instance, very important part of education. I think these are also ways of meaning making and meaning expression, and so I encourage always teachers to use their creativity to allow students to use non-verbal ways of creating and expressing meanings and narratives. How it happens, it is always a difficult question, but in the face-to-face situations, I think it's a lot easier than during the pandemic when we are just giving assignments and in the previous keynote lesson which I listened to, it was very good point that we should not give too many assignments, but we should focus on face-to-face teaching also, and allow people and students to show emotions and show feelings with their faces and different other ways. That's my understanding how this can be tackled, but this is really difficult question.
Thank you, Professor. So yeah, I know it's quite challenging at the moment, yeah. But teachers need to find a way how to expose students with many different ways of learning. Okay, Professor, now we come to the next questions. It is from Zoom 4, from Firima Zona Tanjung from Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. So she would like to know, she's interested in narrative as the research data source in which pre-service English teachers' reflective journal and autobiographical writing are the examples of data source. However, the issue which emerges in the use of this narrative is about the validity. So how do we convince our supervisor or other academics about the validity of narrative as research data source?
Yeah, this is really basic question. I think when I think I had a kind of a revolution in my thinking about evaluation in the 1990s, when the constructivist thinking came into the learning market and learning research. It was the earlier exams were very much based on memorizing the facts and how to memorize different facts. And exams were full of memorization tests. Then in the USA, at the university, I learned that okay, essay writing is a way of testing student knowledge and student understanding. And when we are evaluating essays and narratives, I think it's not only that we are evaluating the facts and the truthness of facts, but we are evaluating argumentation, we are evaluating contextual understanding, and we are, in a way, taking the individualistic point of evaluation in which we appreciate individual argumentation structures, and of course, understanding is always partial, and evaluation and knowledge is always partial. So, so the evaluation is focusing on other aspects than just assessing how well the facts are represented in the answers and narratives and exams.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Ero. Yeah, so hopefully in the future, more and more academics will see the importance and benefits of having narrative as part of the research. Okay, now we move to the next questions. So this is from Zoom 1, from Mahdalena Fianti from Universitas Sriwijaya. So the question is, how should we position ourselves as a researcher when we are reporting narrative or stories shared by our research participants? So it is not our perception of their stories, but it is their voices that we do share.
Yeah, very good question. If I understood it correctly, I think how to represent ourselves and how to appreciate the other one in the narrative. I think one of the things which has really struck me in the past concerning education and current trends in education is that this political force for transparency of education results that is represented in the national tests and standardized testing is really in a way preventing us as teachers to use modern pedagogical ideas that are, for instance, present in this narrative thinking, that we appreciate individual learning, and that individual meanings are always true, although we may disagree as teachers with them. But thinking about the origins of individual meaning makings, I think it's always that students make the inferences and meanings out of their own context, and it is kind of in instruction we should be able to position our own points also into those meanings, offer something else, something more scientific, more acceptable interpretations.
All right, thank you very much, Prof. Ero. Now I think our Dean, Professor Safandi, would like to ask questions directly, I think. Hello? Prof.
No, I
Safandi?
just want to say something later on.
Oh, later on. Okay.
Just
Okay.
okay.
All right. Okay, so Prof. Ero, we still have 5 more minutes before we end this presentation.
Yes, yes,
I mean,
thank you.
And then we do still have a lot of questions, actually. So let's see.
Maybe you can send them through email to me if we are not able
Yes.
to respond
be
all the
great.
questions.
Yes.
It will be great.
Yeah. Okay, now we have questions from Zoom 4, from Fatima, from Vocational School number 8, Palembang, from South Sumatra. So this is from a teacher. So talking about narrative, as far as I know, that narrative texts always appear in every English textbooks since elementary school students until upper intermediate students. This is one of the most interesting topics to share with our students. And then we can use a bundle of media in transferring the story to the students. And I want to know, how do you develop the students to write their own narrative texts in our own classroom?
Yeah, I'm not sure if I can answer very well in that question. I think I think we need more research on how to use narrative methods in classrooms. There are a lot of course, personal experiences how to use them and how to develop them. But we have been using with teacher education very much method that we enhance first students' understanding of themselves, of their own stories. So we ask them to write their own story with the writings, drawings, kind of explaining their turning points in their lives and reflecting maybe a little bit more how this turning point, important event, has changed their thinking about themselves and about the life and the world, understanding the world. So I think this narrative exercises are important in making students more sensitive to meanings, because to me at least meanings are really important, and we have to understand that the meanings that we create, for instance, that mathematics is not important subject, or I don't like arts, or I don't like music. They are individual meanings, and we have to sensitize students to reflect their meanings. So whatever we can invent to do this kind of exercises in which students reflect their meanings, I think it's beneficial for learning process. That's the only thing that comes into my mind about concerning this question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I think we should be able to differentiate between narrative as a method and also narrative as a type of literature, I think here. Is that right, Professor?
Yeah. Yes.
Do you still have time? Oh. Unfortunately, the time is almost, we almost come to the end of this great session, Professor Ero. So in a few words, I would like to conclude that, so as learning as a long process, so long-term research needs to be done then in order to get more understanding about the nature of its pertinent characteristics. A narrative as a method of research provides a lot of opportunities in understanding teaching and learning process, including in understanding language in a more comprehensive and constructive stage of meaning making. So I think that's the thing that we can learn from these great presentations. So thank you very much, Professor Ero, for giving us such a very insightful presentation today for having narrative as more one of the method in doing a research. So again, please give big applause for Professor Iro.
Thank you.
Thank you very
Thank you very much.
Yeah, maybe we
Thank
have
you
a
very
few
much.
words from Professor Safandi.
Yeah.
Yes,
Please.
thank you very much, Prof. Ropo, for your great presentation. You have shared the ideas. That could be wonderful. Okay, hopefully one day we can see each other when the pandemic is over. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Ravendi. Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, I appreciate this. Yeah, yeah. We will meet sometime. Yeah, definitely. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. So I'm Erlina as the moderator. Thank you for your great attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Yeah, thank you, Miss Erlina.
Thank you, Iro.
Sampai jumpa, Prof. Rio.
Thanks a bunch for Professor Eiro Tapaniropo and Erlina MPD MED. Now, they're all the participants of the 4th SULE-IC 2020. We come to the end of plenary session today. I'm going to invite the moderator to begin this session. Please welcome Dr. Sari Silviani. For Dr. Sari Silviani, the Zoom floor is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon. I'm delighted to welcome the keynote speaker of this last session of our keynote presentation, Dr. Bert Tuga.
Hello, Prof. Tuga.
I would also like to welcome all the presenters and participants of the 4th Sriwijaya University Learning and Education International Conference. Before we listen to the presentation, please allow me to introduce our keynote presenter. Dr. Bert Tuga is the 11th president of the Philippine Normal University, the National Center for Teacher Education. Prior to his current post, he has occupied the following position in the university. First, as the Vice President for the Finance and Administration, Vice President for University Relations and Advancement, and Campus Executive Director and Provost. Outside of the university position, Dr. Tuga served as Executive Director of the United Nations Association of the Philippines, board member of the Philippine Association for Teachers of Educational Foundation, and member of the core team of the Asia Pacific Network on Global Citizenship Education. In this keynote presentation, Dr. Tuga will present his reflection on global citizenship education in the 4th Industrial Revolution. Without further ado, please welcome Dr. Tuga.
Thank you, Professor Dr. Sari, for a very kind introduction. I would like to thank and congratulate the officials of Universitas Sriwijaya for inviting me today. I know that you have been a long partner of the university. Please do note that I really appreciate our partnership, and I hope that I will visit soon your university so that we can still continue our partnership despite the pandemic. I would like to give special mention to Professor Sufinde, the Dean. Good afternoon.
Lepas kacamata dulu.
Kindly allow me to share my screen. Thank you very much. As mentioned, I am from Philippine Normal University, and for your information, we are a century-old teacher education university. We were established in September 1901, and we have just celebrated our 119th founding anniversary this year. By virtue of Republic Act 9647, we were designated as the National Center for Teacher Education in the Philippines. As mentioned, given in our name, it's a normal university, which means that all our programs are focused on teacher education, both in the pre-service and in-service levels. Currently, our work focuses on global citizenship education, or GCED or GCED, and we are doing a lot of activities integrating global citizenship education in the Philippine basic education curriculum and also in the teacher education curriculum. Next slide, please. So I opted to share something about global citizenship education in the context of Industrial Revolution 4.0. As literature says, Education 4.0 is characterized by interconnectivity, automation, machine learning, and real-time data. Education, or Industrial Revolution 4.0, is sometimes referred to as the Internet of Things or smart manufacturing that fuses physical production and operations with smart digital technology, machine learning, and big data to create a more holistic and better connected ecosystem for institutions and organizations. Next slide, please. So I think if we'll have a one thing that we could equate with industrial revolution, which is really happening right now, is what we call the Internet of Things. No, we do a lot of activities now, especially during the pandemic. That's relevant to the interconnectivity and also digital technology, especially in education. Next slide, please. So according to SWAB in 2017, educational institutions must empower global citizens to address rapid global changes. And according to him, many predict that the fourth industrial revolution, resulting from increased and ubiquitous automation and development of artificial intelligence, will eliminate many of the jobs currently available. Together with neurotechnological and genetic developments, these changes will create new opportunities as well as serious challenges that require a heightened commitment to placing humans at the center and empowerment as a goal. So I think this statement by Schwab of 2017 tells us that even in the context of Industrial Revolution 4.0, there is a great role that human beings will play in as far as directing or planning the future of education. Next slide, please. In addition to rapid technological advancement, however, there are other issues and challenges that affect humanity in the modern world, such as the first one. Slide, please. We encounter mass consumption and consumerism nowadays. Next slide, please. Of course, the worsening cases of poverty and inequalities in different countries across the globe. Next, please. Of course, the cycles of armed conflict, militarization, and direct violence experienced by different populations. Next, please. Pervasive violation of human rights in different places. Next one. Environmental destruction and ecological crisis. And I think this is not just common in the Philippines, but also common in other countries, no, across the globe. Next item, please. Next one. What we recently experienced, no, the global pandemic, the global health crisis. Next, please. Yeah. So according to Ban Ki-moon, the former UN Secretary General, education gives us a profound understanding that we are tied together as citizens of the global community and that our challenges are interconnected. So those issues and problems mentioned a while ago, these are issues and problems that are actually present in our own countries, in our own local communities, but actually they are also connected or the same issues that other people across the globe experience. And according to Ban Ki-moon, these challenges, these issues that we experience are interconnected, and thus coming up with solutions to address these issues and problems, we should also work together as one community, as one global community, because we are all tied together as global citizens. So next slide, please. By this, Ban Ki-moon introduced the concept of what we call a global citizen. So global citizen is a concept advocated by the United Nations Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization. And according to Sustainable Development number 4 of the SDG 2030 agenda, global citizenship education must be fostered in education in order that people across the globe come up with specific competencies in order to address issues and problems that are confronting the humanity. Next, please. So what does it mean when you say global citizen? Well, according to SCO of 2014, global citizenship refers to a sense of belonging to a broader community and a broader humanity. So meaning, while we are citizens of our own country or our own state, we are now living in a global village, in a global community, and that this sense of belonging, to this kind of community, this common humanity, makes us global citizens. It emphasizes political, economic, social, and cultural interdependency and interconnectedness between the local and the national and the global levels. I think it is good to emphasize that while we hear the word global as connected to citizenship, it does not necessarily neglect our national or local identity in one way or another, but instead it gives us the harmony or the synergy or the connection between these levels from local to national and the global citizenship. Next, please. So, according to UNESCO in 2014, here are the attributes of a global citizen or a global or a GCED learner. First, an attitude supported by an understanding of multiple levels of identity and the potential for a collective identity that transcends, that goes beyond individual, cultural, religious, ethnic, or other differences. If there is one very important component or concept of global citizenship, and that is having a shared humanity. So despite of having our multiple identity, we have the potential to create a collective identity as peoples of the world, as citizens of the globe, transcending or going beyond our differences. The second one is a deep knowledge of global issues and universal values such as justice, equality, dignity, and respect. In terms of global issues, for example, I have given a while ago a slide on environmental destruction and deterioration. So I guess this kind of issue is not only an issue here in the Philippines, but also maybe in Indonesia or in other countries when you talk about environmental destruction or environmental deterioration. For global citizens, it's important that we have a deep knowledge and an understanding of these issues, and also we have this shared understanding or appreciation of values such as justice, equality, and respect for diversity and differences. The third concept is cognitive skills, referring to the development of critical and systematic and creative skills, which includes adopting a multi-perspective approach that recognizes the different dimensions and perspectives of angles and issues. Meaning, we really, as global citizens, we're expected to critically understand global issues beyond our own prejudices and beyond our own biases. For non-cognitive skills, global citizens are expected to possess social skills such as empathy and conflict resolution, communication skills, and aptitudes for networking and interacting with people, regardless of their background, regardless of their origin or their culture and their perspectives or opinions in life. And of course, their behavioral capacities to act collaboratively and responsibly to find global solutions. I think what the pandemic has taught us the last 7 months, most importantly, is that we cannot do things alone. Like there are things that we consider we have strengths, and we also consider that there are something lacking in us, but this can be equated or this can be provided by other people or other organizations around us, and we need to collaborate and have cooperation with them in order that they're able or we are able to help each other. And then the behavioral capacities to act collaboratively and responsibly to find global solutions for global challenges and to strive for the collective good. Next slide, please. So, I mentioned about global citizenship. Now I am adding the concept of education with the concept of global citizenship, and it's called now GCED, or Global Citizenship Education. According to UNESCO, this is a form of civic learning that involves students' active participation in projects that addresses global issues of a social, political, and economic or environmental nature. So this kind of concept, this kind of education is considered as a transformative education where we encourage our students to learn, understanding the issues critically, and to come up with solutions that they can implement or act within the levels of their communities. Next slide, please. So, like any other transformative education initiative or program, global citizenship also develops the knowledge, the skills, and the attitudes and values that our learners need to be able to contribute to a more inclusive, just, and peaceful world. So this kind of education, as I mentioned, is a transformative one because it involves the students to learn this knowledge, to learn these skills as they work with the people in the community and as they together work with them to come up with solutions, no, in order that they can implement this on their own or with the help of other people in the community. Next slide, please. So there are GCED or global citizenship education topics that our learners or students could learn or our teachers could integrate in their classes. Normally they do this in social sciences, but now we are exploring the possibility of integrating global citizenship education in other subjects or disciplines such as languages or literature, mathematics and sciences, and so on. So these are general topics that can be integrated to other subjects across level. So in terms of being informed and critically literate learners or citizens, we look at the following topics: local, national, and global systems and structures, issues affecting interaction and connectedness of communities at local, national, and global level, and of course, the issues or the topics of underlying assumptions and power dynamics. Under socially connected and respectful of diversity domain, we have the different levels of identity, different communities, people belonging that belong to, and how they are connected with each other, and the difference and respect for diversity across opinion, belief, geographical location, socioeconomic status, among others. And the third label will be ethically responsible and engaged. And this includes actions that can be taken individually and collectively, ethically responsible behavior, and getting engaged and taking action. So if you notice, these topics are actually designed to address the KSA, knowledge, skills, and attitude surrounding global citizenship education competencies. Next slide, please. So, as a transformative pedagogy, I mentioned this a while ago, GCED or Global Citizenship Education is considered as an innovative pedagogical approach that empowers learners to critically examine their context, their values, their attitude, of course, with the goal of developing spaces for self-reflection, appreciation of diversity, and critical thinking. So I have highlighted specific, very important concepts. No, the first one is an opportunity for self-reflection among our students. So meaning, whenever they encounter a certain situation or concept, they reflect this. They reflect on this context or beliefs or values based on their own personal experiences, based on their own background. But by doing so, they are able to develop an appreciation of the diversity and differences and analyze the situation carefully in order to come up with better solutions to issues and problems that confront our students. As a transformative pedagogy, this is realized when learning happens in the classroom, but beyond the mind, learning beyond the mind, meaning it's more on the connecting to the heart and actions and transforming knowledge and attitude and skills so that students become active participants and contributors in the community or in nation building. Next slide, please. So GCED or Global Citizenship Education as a transformative pedagogy encourages learners to analyze critically real-life issues and to identify possible solutions creatively and innovatively. This is important when they analyze real-life issues. That this makes learning more authentic. This makes learning more related to what they experience every day, related to what others around them experience, and this makes learning meaningful and relevant to them. GCED as a transformative pedagogy supports learners to critically revisit their own assumptions, their own worldviews, how they perceive the different concepts or perspectives around them, and also the power relations in the different discourses. This is also an opportunity for them to consider people or groups systematically unrepresented, or especially those in the marginalized who are not properly recognized or are not given the opportunity in societal affairs, to participate in societal affairs. And of course, on the focus is on engagement in action to bring about desired changes. If you notice, in the last several slides, I have been emphasizing that really the goal of global citizenship education, aside from developing critical thinking, aside from developing this kind of empathy and respect and about the diversity and differences, this is always towards coming up with an action or a solution that they can do to solve issues and problems within the community. Next, please. So this slide here shows you the kind of comparison between a traditional concept of citizenship education and the concept of a more progressive global citizenship education. So under traditional citizenship education, we look at it or we view it as a transmission of existing values and norms. While in global citizenship education, as I have mentioned a while ago, we look at it as something that is transformative and more action oriented. On under traditional citizenship education, we give more focus on political institutions, while on global citizenship education, while still we talk about political institutions, we also give focus on competencies for learning or living together, and of course highlighting intercultural relationships. Under the old concept or traditional concept of citizenship education, we look at the present, we look at it in the present higher grades or secondary education that could be integrated or present in that level. But in global citizenship education, we see citizenship education as a concept that's something that's be present across the levels of education, and even for those out of school youth, no, or the non-formal education. Under the traditional citizenship education, we are directed to the acquisition of knowledge, which is focused more on content. We believe global citizenship education goes beyond knowledge. It also covers skills and attitude development in the context of practice, with the predominance of participative and democratic relations. And also, it is focused more on the process and problem solving orientation in education. That the emphasis is more on action and participation. In the old concept of citizenship education, teaching is about citizenship or knowledge. But in under global citizenship education, teaching and learning is through more a reflective process of citizenship education. While in the past we look at it as short term or focus on formal curriculum, global citizenship education views it something like a lifelong learning, not only formal education but also informal education and holistic education. Next slide, please. In terms of we also look at pedagogical shifts that are needed in teaching global citizenship education. So there are certain changes or shifts in the way we teach citizenship from the old concept, from the traditional concept to the global citizenship education. As you see the comparison from teaching to inform to teaching to transform, from the role of the learners as passive receivers or recipients of knowledge and information to learners are as both receivers and also as co-creators of knowledge with the teacher in the classroom. And the role as the when it comes to the role of teachers as in the past, in the old concept, is considered as authoritative figures of knowledge, while in the progressive concept of citizenship education, teachers are considered as co-learners and facilitators of knowledge creation. In the past, we look at citizenship education as a single discipline or subject area. We look at, under GSED, we look at it as interdisciplinary approaches to inquiry, and from single medium approach to multi-sensory and multimedia approaches, from culture of competition and individualism to, of course, a culture of collaboration, of working together, of collectivism, from the focus on rote memorization of facts, no, to critical thinking development and informed decision making. I'm referring to 21st century skills, from the assessment of facts being memorized by the students, to assessment as a tool to measure critical understanding of facts and real life situations. And from a knowledge-based approach, we look at the pedagogical shift on teaching, just said, something that's both cognitive and metacognitive approaches. Next slide, please. So there's a need for global citizenship education at different levels within the community level, the nation or the country level, and then the global community level. No, I remember one book. I just forgot the author, but it says we are now living in a global village, and and that we are all citizens of the world, and that we are all connected with each other, not only our issues and problems. So I think in coming up with solutions to the common problems that the humanity are experiencing right now, it is also important to establish interconnectedness and interrelatedness among others, so that this is a collective approach to solving global issues and problems. Next slide, please. In the context of Industrial Revolution 4.0, as we now engage more on digital technology and the internet, part of the advocacy under global citizenship education is also to develop among our netizens, as they call it now, what we call a global digital citizenship. So if you look at this model by Davis and Lindsay in 2011, this is a model called Enlightened Digital Citizenship, wherein we look at the awareness of technology from different levels, from technical to individual to social to cultural and the global level. And we look at several rays of understanding or aspects of understanding, like literacy and fluency on the use of digital technology, the habits of learning that are involved under the context of digital technology, of course, our own safety, privacy, copyright, and legal implications, and of course, the etiquette, the ethics involved in the using of in the use of digital technology, including the kind of respect that we give to other people in the internet, in the environment of the internet. Next slide, please. So we look at different elements of digital citizenship from, as I mentioned, from etiquette to literacy, to access, to security, health and wellness, to commerce, communication, rights and responsibilities, and law. And I think now more than ever, digital citizenship has been a very important topic in education, especially now that almost all of the institutions, if not all, have really migrated to flexible learning, to online learning or distance education. And I think this is a common issue or problem that curriculum developers or education leaders are encountering right now in terms of privacy, in terms of the use of different resources from the internet, academic integrity for that matter, and so on. Next, please. So I talk about global citizenship education, and I would like to tell or to share it to everyone that as a concept, when you talk about common humanity, when you talk about solidarity, you talk about respect for diversity or respect for differences, these concepts are actually not new. These concepts are not new. These concepts are actually old concepts, and most of the time they are already present in our own system, in our own curriculum. All we have to do is just identify them and properly give a space for them in our curriculum. Just to prove, just to mention that these are already part of our local culture, local practices, or local belief system. I would like to share some examples. Number one, please. Next slide, please.
Dr. Tuga, we have 5 minutes for the presentation.
Yeah, I will wrap up. Thank you very much. Next slide, please. Yeah, this one is an Ubuntu, like an African philosophy, which means I am because we are. So this one is something related to global citizenship education. Next slide, please. This one is a Korean concept, which means Honggik Ingan in the Republic of Korea, which means to broadly benefit all humanity. So this concept is a local one, but this is related to global citizenship education. Next slide, please. Yeah, in the Philippines, and I think this is also common in Indonesia, we also have what we call bayanihan. Bayanihan is a Filipino term taken from the word bayan, referring to a nation, town, or community. And the whole term bayanihan means to us the spirit of communal unity or effort, work, and cooperation to achieve a particular objective. So this is a local concept, but I think this is very much related to global citizenship education. Next slide, please. These are now modern day bayanihan practices. We no longer move concrete houses, of course, but these are now you see bayanihan in schools, bayanihan during the time of crisis or disaster, and so on and so forth. Next, please. So I think there's a need to contextualize or localize the concept of something that's global but are actually present in our own local setting or local community. So we can take advantage of local values, local songs, local music, local practices in order that we develop global concepts or global values. So we look at contextualization and localization as a very important approach in the curriculum. Next slide, please. We can skip this one. I only have few minutes left. So in a nutshell, the fourth industrial revolution brings with it exciting possibilities, new solutions to global challenges and employment opportunities for jobs that have yet to be invented. At the same time, it comes with the potential of technological unemployment that drives downward pressure in income security and social agency while society adapts to the new normal. Combined with climate change and other rapid global population growth, this century is the most challenging that our species has ever faced, according to Brown Martin in 2018. Next slide, please. So how can we prepare the present and future generations to thrive in this transforming world? Next slide, please. I would like you to look at this one. This is the Sustainable Development Goals 2030 agenda of the United Nations. 17 goals to transform our world. And more specifically for education, we look at goal number 4 on quality education, which includes sustainable development and global citizenship education. Next slide, please. Thank you very much for your attention. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih. Thank you very much, Dr. Tuga, for the great presentation. We have received so many questions related to your presentation. And the first one, I combined the questions from Zoom 1, from Nova, and from Zoom 3. From Zoom 3, Cherry in Virginia. So I will combine their questions because theirs is related. Okay, let me read the question to you. In this increasingly interconnected world where we unavoidably live in a global world, we also see the rise of nationalism in many countries, which may negatively affect the relationship among nations. What do you think about the role of educators to resolve this issue? And also about the issue of racism.
Yeah, thank you for that question. I think my presentation today is very timely because I am presenting a concept of global citizenship education. And I think when teachers do this in the classroom, when we look at some issues that are and I call this very critical, no, in terms of nationalism, racism, discrimination, and so on. I think it's very important that the teachers approach them objectively without bias, no, leaving our own prejudices, leaving our own biases, no, setting aside, and we look at the issues at hand objectively. There are common values or common practices that connect us with each other. And these are called that's called the shared humanity of the people. This will transcend our differences and other aspects of racism and discrimination and so on.
Thank you very much. The next question this is from the teacher, Abdul Ghafur, SMKN 1, Pangkal Pinang. If we as an educator think global citizenship education is very important in teaching and learning to have some perception on teaching progress in every countries, how come there are still gaps in education development in each country? For example, in Singapore, it's more dominant than other countries in Southeast Asia. What is your opinion about the global citizen education gaps among the Asian countries?
Thank you again for that question. I think when you talk about gaps and issues in education, there are multiple factors that we consider. there are multiple factors. So one factor, of course, is the kind of government support that it gives to or that's being invested to education. I think that's one important factor to consider. So the first one is in terms of government support. The second one is the kind of policy that we have in order to attract or to get the best possible people to enter teacher education programs. I always believe that the quality of education always goes with the quality of teachers. So if we get the best materials for the teaching profession, I think we can address some of the very important issues or gaps in education. We also look at community support in terms of the implementation of, because what I have observed, for example, in the Philippines, schools located in the central or schools located in the metropolitan areas, sometimes these schools receive better facilities, better treatment, and so on. But for those schools located in the rural areas, in far-flung areas, they don't normally receive the kind of support that they need. So that's why you see the different gaps, no? Of course, there are other issues and problems that each country experiences. Like there are countries that are facing insurgency issues, aside from poverty, but there are also issues of peace, no, in some parts of the country. But also there are other countries that goes beyond economic, no, I mean the issues that they encounter. So I still go with my response a while ago that when you talk about issues and gaps in education, we look at multiple factors and we look at education in a holistic manner. Thank you.
Okay, the next question from Zoom 4 from Rai Kapur, IAKN Tarutung. This is more on the practical implementation. How do you design instructional model to equip learners to have the 21st century skills to be a global citizen?
Thank you again for that question. I think that's the kind of effort that we're doing right now. We're coming up with a national framework, an instructional framework, in order that we can be able to effectively integrate global citizenship education to develop 21st century skills among our learners. But for us, while doing our research, we look at the value of connecting the global and the local. To look at the connection between the local practices, the local knowledge, the local belief system, as we introduce to our students global issues and problems and global competencies. So, for example, if you talk about critically understanding issues, we look at, say, how this issue is being treated in the local level. So, for example, in terms of food sustainability issue, so we look at we understand the lives of the farmers in the community, but we look at also the issue in terms of national impact of food sustainability, and of course the global impact of food sustainability. In the same way as we talk about environmental issues and problems, no? So we look at it at different levels, from local to national and global. So I think in terms of instructional model to develop 21st century skills among our learners, it is important that we invest on or we try to connect it with their real life experiences within their community level, so that it's something that's meaningful and something relevant to them. So we're trying that kind of model in order that we engage our students to develop service learning projects or collaborative learning projects, and as a group they could implement these projects within their levels of local communities.
Okay, the next question is from Nurtania Afifa. What are some of the challenges of being a global citizen? How do we solve them?
Pardon, please. I did not get the first part.
All right, let me say the question one more time. What are some of the challenges of being a global citizen and how to solve them?
Okay, I think that's a
Did you get
difficult
it? I can say
question.
it one more time. Okay, let's see if my math.
Yeah, no, I got the question already. I heard it
All right.
clearly.
Okay.
I said it's a difficult question. No, so like, what are the challenges of a global citizenship of a global citizen, and how to? I think the one of the greatest challenge really is the bias. No, the personal bias, of course, to you're inclined to really protect your own. No, always to go back to your own identity, and the challenge is, while engaging or embracing something that's global, the challenge is you don't lose your identity, your own identity, in the process of doing so. Like, I noticed that in our education system, no, we always say we would like our curriculum would like to develop global citizens, or develop global competencies among our learners, because that's the kind of competencies that are needed now. But sometimes in the approach of developing global competencies, we try to or slowly try to forget the our national, our local identity. And I mean, for me, this is a very good way to enhance or to develop our own culture using the global lens. So I think that's one of the challenge, no, your own bias, and at the same time that while engaging into the global learning, you don't lose your own identity in the process.
All right, now we shift from the role of educator now to family. So the question from Aziza Hussein: as an informal education institution, what is the role of family in global citizenship education?
That is a very good question. You know? The family plays a very important role, because we look at, if you are familiar with the systems theory by Yuri Bronfenbrenner. No, we look at the family at the basic system. No, it's in the internal system where the child interacts with. So the people within the family is the first interaction opportunity of our learners. And so it is the place where local or national values are developed. It is the place where our own morality is actually being developed by our own with our interaction with our parents, with our siblings, and so on. And I think the very aspects of respect, the very aspects of of shared humanity, the very aspects of solidarity can be nurtured. No, these values, these good values, can be nurtured within the family. So as a springboard, it would not be difficult later on to develop the competencies of global citizenship education if within our families we were able to cultivate already these values.
Okay, thank you. In the previous questions, we touched upon the issue of implementation and what we do in the classroom. Now, there's one question that requires us to think about assessment. So this is a question from Irfan in Zoom 3. So how do we assess global citizenship education? And maybe you can give some examples of how we make an assessment on learning of the global, being a global citizen, in maybe from the aspect of literacy or civic education or other perspective. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that's also one of our issues, no? Whenever we talk about global citizenship education competencies, we also talk about assessment, no? How do we assess global citizenship education competencies? if you are introducing something which is non-traditional, if you're introducing something which is progressive, no, as the concept of global citizenship education. So I believe you have to go away with the traditional way of assessing these competencies, no, beyond the pen and paper methodologies, beyond the traditional assessment. So in some of the practices done by different educators advocating global citizenship around the globe, I have seen best practices of assessment such as like project-based learning, no, service learning activities wherein students are given the chance to come up with projects, no, and implement in this and in the community, and the teachers actually assess the level of participation of the students and the kind of engagement that they did with the community members and the impact of their project to the community. So these are just some of the examples, but unfortunately we are still looking into other authentic non-traditional assessment of global citizenship education competencies. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. Let's see. Well, there are still many questions from the audience. Unfortunately, we are near the end of our session. I will highlight some key points from our discussion today. First, rapid technological advancement brought about by the revolution industry has not only contributed positively on human connection across the globe, but also deepened inequalities and created environmental and ecological crises. To cope with these challenges, educators play a critical role in facilitating transformative learning that build the knowledge, skills, and attitudes the students need to be able to contribute to a more inclusive, just, and peaceful world. I think that's all from me. Before we end this session, I think our dean will have a little bit of final remark. I will check.
Okay, thank you very much, Sari.
Oh, okay, Pak Dekan is already in the Zoom. Please, Pak Sofendi.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tuga. It's a wonderful presentation. We are very happy to have you here. And thank you very much for your affability, for your time, ideas, sharing with all of us. Thank you very much. See you someday.
Thank you also. It's my pleasure, Dean.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tuga, to spend some time with us, sharing your knowledge and experiences in global education. This has been a great discussion. And I would like to also thank everyone participating in this session. I'm Sari Silviani. Thank you very much and see you for the next session. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon.
Thank you so much for Professor Bert J. Tuga and Dr. Sari Silviani. Ladies and gentlemen, the next agenda is the speech from the chairman of SULE-IC 2020. Please welcome Dr. Sonny Mirizon. For Dr. Sonny Mirizon, the Zoom floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, MC. Dear participants, I just like to deliver some announcement for tomorrow's sessions. Yeah, tomorrow, the second day, the 25th of October 2020, we still have parallel sessions after a long day today in the plenary sessions. Tomorrow, the Zoom will be open at 6:30 in the morning, but the session will start at 8 o'clock in 4 different rooms. Room 2, room 3, room 4, and room 5. This room 1 is not used for tomorrow. And the session will start from 8 until 10 in the evening. So there are 12 sessions altogether, which will cover presentation from the invited speakers and the parallel session speakers. We really expect that you could join us again tomorrow from early morning until evening. Make sure you save your energy for tomorrow's session. The second thing, I would like to, on behalf of the Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Sriwijaya University, I just like to express our sincere gratitude to all keynote speakers today, who have chance to share with us the issue of education in the 2020s. First, Dr. Ryan T. Knowles from Utah State University, USA. Second, Dr. Mirela Wira from Flinders University, Australia. Third, Professor Sofendi from Sriwijaya University, Indonesia. Fourth, Professor Eero Tapaniropo from Tampere University, Finland. Fifth, we have Professor Dr. Bert J. Tuga from Philippines Normal University, the Philippines. Thank you very much for all the sharing and your willingness to become our keynote speakers in this fourth SULE-IC 2020. Next. Okay, next, I just like to give this mic to the MC again. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for the chairman of SULE-IC 2020. Dear all the participants, sadly, we come to the end of today's plenary session. But don't worry, as what is informed by the chairman of SULE-IC 2020, this event will be continued until tomorrow and 26th of October 2020. And now I'm going to share some information. Before today's event ended, I would like to give some information for all of the participants. First, we are so sorry to inform you that the 6 keynote speakers, Professor Anwar Ahmed Elsa Mahmed from Orman University, Sudan, cannot join the plenary session today because of his physical issue. Thank you so much for your understanding. Second, for all the presenters, for the parallel session tomorrow, you just need to join the Zoom link provided based on your room. There are 4 parallel sessions, room 2, 3, 4, and 5. And the last, for all the participants, you can freely choose which parallel sessions you are interested in. As I said before, we provide 12 parallel sessions for tomorrow's event. The first one will be started at 8 a.m. in the morning until the last session that will be started at 9 p.m. at night. Dear all the participants of the 4th Sriwijaya University Learning and Education International Conference SULE-IC 2020, this is the end of our first day of the 4th SULE-IC 2020. My highest appreciation is given to all the keynote speakers, committees, moderators, and last but not least, to all the participants of the 4th SULE-IC 2020. I do appreciate all the attendees for attending these plenary sessions until the end and spend your weekend for this worldwide discussion. See you tomorrow. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone.
Patang menyilap lampu, ambek kusitan di pucuk meja. Betapa patang kemana aku dan dia umbang di pepada.
Baju kurung berkancing 3 di bata endong kasar langit. Amunlah urung ancaman kita, alangkah panjang karang tangis. Amunlah urung ancaman kita alangkah panjang karang tangis.
Betapa patah menyilap lampu, ambek kusitan di pucuk meja. Betapa patah kemana aku dan dia umbang di pepadan.
Kepiak berlinang-linang, mati disambar burung binti. Siang terkina, malam terkena, di batak tidur menjadi mimpi. Siang terkina, malam terkena, di batak tidur menjadi mimpi. Petang-petang mengilap lampu, ambek kusitan di pucuk meja. Petang-petang kemana aku, dunia umbang di pepadan.
Petang-petang menyilap lampu, ambek kusitan di pucuk meja. Petang-petang kemana aku dan dia umbang di pepadan.
Baju kurung berkancing tiga, di batak endong kasar langit. Amunlah urung ancaman kita alangkah panjang karang tangis. Amunlah urung ancaman kita alangkah panjang.
Petang-petang menyilap lampu, ambek kusitan di pucuk meja. Petang-petang kemana aku dan dia umbang di pepadan.
Baju kurung berkancing tiga, di batak endong kasar langit. Amunlah urung ancaman kita alangkah panjang karang tangis. Amunlah urung ancaman kita alangkah panjang karang tangis.
Petang-petang menyilap lampu, ambek kusitan di pucuk meja. Petang-petang kemana aku dan dia umbang di pepadan.
Kepiak berlinang-linang, mati disambar burung binti. Siang terkina, malam terkena, di batak tidur menjadi mimpi. Siang terkina, malam terkena, di batak tidur menjadi mimpi.
Petang-petang menyilap lampu, ambek kusitan di
di pucuk meja. Betapa
Balik dulu, Bapak Ibu jangan balik dulu. Martabak har dalam perjalanan. Perjalanan kemari. Nah, apa? Geladi bersih. Sebentar, pertampak dulu. Oke, terima kasih.
Patang menyilap lampu, ambek kusita di pucuk meja. Patang kemana aku, dan dia ombak di pepada.
Bajuku rombak kancing tiga, di bata andong keselangit. Amunlah urung ancaman kita, alangkah panjang karang tangis. Amunlah urung ancaman kita, alangkah panjang karang tangis.
Betapa patah menyilap lampu, ambek kusita di pucuk meja. Betapa kemana aku, dan dia ombak di pepada.
Kepiak berlina-lina, mati disambar burung binti. Siang terkina, malam terkena, di batak tidur menjadi mimpi. Siang terkina, malam terkena, di batak tidur menjadi mimpi. Petang menyilap lampu, ambek kusita di pucuk meja. Betapa kemana aku, dunia ombak di pepada.
Patang menyilap lampu, ambek kusita di pucuk meja. Betapa kemana aku, dan dia ombak di pepada.
Bajuku rombak kancing tiga, di bata andong keselangit. Amunlah urung ancaman kita, alangkah panjang karang tangis. Amunlah urung ancaman kita, alangkah panjang karang tangis.
Betapa menyilap lampu, ambek kusita di pucuk meja. Betapa kemana aku, dan dia ombak di pepada.
Kepiak berlina-lina, mati disambar burung binti. Siang terkina, malam terkena, di batak tidur menjadi mimpi. Siang terkina, malam terkena, di batak tidur menjadi mimpi. Petang menyilap lampu, ambek kusita di pucuk meja. Betapa kemana aku, dunia ombak di pepada.
Betapa meja, petang kemana aku, dan dia ubah jadi beban.
Bajuku bekas cinta, dibaca andong kesalahan. Amunlah urung ancaman kita, alangkah panjang tangis. Amunlah urung ancaman kita, alangkah panjang tangis.
Petang menyilap lampu, ambek kesita di pucuk meja. Petang kemana aku, dan dia ubah jadi beban.
Kepiah berlinang-linang, berdiri sebelah burung mimpi. Siang terkena, malam terkena, tiba tak tidur menjadi mimpi. Siang terkena, malam terkena, tiba tak tidur menjadi mimpi. Petang menyilap lampu, ambek kesita di pucuk meja. Petang kemana aku, dan dia